Good morning, everybody, and welcome back to the Icons of Darts Live League. It's Friday, and we will start with a game with a Spaniard and an Englishman. What it is, wonderful weather in Spain, wonderful weather in the UK. Will it be a wonderful start for one of these two players?
Bullseye.
That's how you start your day.
It's the bullseye.
Touché, says Dave Pauletti.
It's a 25.
Offside.
Dave Pauletti will start this game after winning the bullseye. And these two players looking to get off to a very bright start after having unsuccessful times of it on Wednesday
99.
when they last played. Pretty much the same scenario on Monday as well, as they finished in exactly the same
58.
position in the league on Monday and Wednesday. Dave Pauletti in 5th, Jose Justicia in 6th.
48.
So improvement is the name of the game today for these two players. But it's improvement
85.
that Justicia showed against Pauletti in the last match for this cluster of players. It was on Wednesday evening.
100.
It was the last game of the day. And after Dave Pauletti was defeated by Martin Adams in the penultimate game, that meant that he could no longer win the day's table. And as a result of losing that and his game against Justicia,
99.
he ended up in 5th spot instead of 1st or 2nd.
100.
But that performance from Justicia on Wednesday evening was quite sublime. Very different to the
39.
level of performance he'd showed throughout the rest of Wednesday, as he averaged over 104.
138.
Steady leg from both to leave a double after 15 here. Is that awkward? It has to be, considering how close he is to his camera now. Close up of Dave Pauletti. You can see the angle, and now he has to go to the other side.
Oh, David. No score.
Well, he got the dart between the posts, but he still couldn't hit the red bit.
Game in 2.
Justicia finds that lovely adjustment. And as you can see there from that tops, if Justicia finds the outside wire of a double, it will be too close for those very stumpy barrels that he uses. So to be maybe a centimetre north
89.
of a double like tops is very good for him. Exactly the same players as Monday and Wednesday. We will have Martin Adams join us in the next game, and he will play in game 3 as well. Boris Koltsov of Russia will have another crack at topping the table, as will Jared Cole and the destructive Keane Barry, who in the last week or so has not placed worse than 2nd
96.
in a table. This week, we have seen 4 different winners throughout the course of the week.
95.
It has been Keane Barry on Monday. Tuesday was Dave Evans. Wednesday was Martin Adams. And yesterday was Andy Jenkins, who narrowly beat out Mike Warburton.
$44.
We'll with a good opportunity here to get to a decent finish,
46.
but hasn't managed to do so. All he could do was leave the really big one.
134.
Dave who leaves the easier out and should be equalising here and in, but
57.
the question is, can he put those misses at double behind him from leg one? Chooses double 18.
38.
But wires the inside of 18s and the outside of 9s. 5 missed starts at double to start this one, and Jose is in to punish.
90.
Punish he does not. No. On Wednesday, Dave Pauletti chose to split this and burst it. So this is what we call adjusting to a situation. He will have remembered hitting treble 6 when going for 666 on Wednesday. This time he goes to the double 9. He's a bit braver, and he gets that shot out in dart 1. I admire that. Dart players are remarkably stubborn
125.
and will constantly do the same thing all the time. But I like the fact that Dave Pauletti was not stubborn there and chose a different route.
41.
I'd like to thank our partners Low 6 for their support throughout the last couple of months. And if you are choosing to have a wager on the 180s or a match result, or indeed an accumulator, please gamble responsibly. And in turn, any social media activity that you have towards anybody, really, keep it positive. If you do want to get in touch with us today, it's MODUS DARTS 180, and of course myself, the Asset 180 on Twitter.
58.
Averages are roughly the same after a couple of legs. You just get the feeling that this game holds the key to how these guys will play today.
61.
When Justicia was playing a couple of days ago, he was involved in a game with Boris Koltsov quite early, and a game where he played really well.
60.
And 4 mismatched darts in that match had a bad effect on him for the rest of the day until the end. But it's Dave Pauletti who starts the brighter here. So if Pauletti gets the result, you get the feeling you might have a decent day. But we know
139.
that if Justicia gets a result, he will have a good day. What you don't get to hear sometimes
95.
are the mutterings of the player when they are defeated. We have the benefit of hearing some of them. My Spanish is absolutely woeful, so I don't know what Jose is saying to himself, but it isn't positive, I can tell you that.
93.
92.
Now, there's a number that sounds better in Spanish. Sounded very eloquent indeed.
84.
I've already said that every score that Keane Barry says out loud sounds better in Irish. But it's nice to have a few different accents and a few different styles to feast your eyes and ears on over the course of the next 7 hours. I say 7 hours, it's more like 6.5.
99.
Cheers, mate.
They're just correcting that score. He's left himself on 170, which is a shot that he might have to take now.
150.
An impeccable approach from the Spaniard. One in. Not quite the second.
98.
He'll be disappointed not to get that second. The lie was perfect.
Game in 2.
But Justicia does find his way to 32. And it is a game at 2-2. We did have a 170 on Wednesday. for the second week in a row from the same player in Jared Cole. I wonder if he's going to repeat that again today.
95.
Last Friday when commentating, we had a finishing clinic from the group of players, particularly Dave Evans. Not so much on Wednesday. There was a lot of very good scoring on Wednesday, but not a massive amount of high finishes. So are they saving their best for Friday? Well, I've already tweeted this morning that if we get
60.
any game close to that Wolfie Boris Koltsov game from Wednesday, I'll be happy, because that was one of the best games I've seen in the last 3 months.
84.
Possibly only bettered by the Warburton Koltsov match, which had an accumulated average of 100. Well, let me just do my maths. 227.
$140.
The middle part of this match, best of 9, of course, as all the matches are.
80.
Who is going to be the one to shoot forward? Honour's pretty much even on the score sheet, but it's Justicia who has the ability to leave a double.
65.
Can Pauletti find something magic? Another bullseye, or will he go to the 42? Well, he wasn't sure about
60.
how much room he had in the left portion of that bullseye, so I think he did the right thing there.
Game
Justicia
2.
does the right thing on the 76 and takes it in 2. 3-2 up now, the Spaniard. The third game of the week, of course. And a lot of these players
81.
will be keeping individual score against certain opponents. Make no mistake about that. And they will want to be the winner of their
96.
mini series on the Monday, the Wednesday, and the Friday. So with this one, it's 1-1.
44.
They want to say to themselves, I played Dave Pauletti, I played Jose Justicia, and I won the most matches this week.
98.
There will be players, of course, who will win all 3. And players, of course, who will lose all 3.
134.
85.
Dave struggled with a little bit of a heat on Wednesday. The room he was playing in was very, very hot.
140.
You wonder if playing a little bit earlier today is an advantage. The temperature's not supposed to go
95.
any higher than 18 or 19 degrees Celsius in his region today, so hopefully it doesn't affect him too much. With Jose not getting the 25er ball there, just has to recalibrate.
48.
But Dave, to stay in this match, potentially might need this 127.
87.
There's no guarantee that Justicia takes this 54. You would expect him to, but we're coming towards the end of the match. Nerves will jangle.
34.
Miss he has, and Pauletti gets a let off.
Gaining 1.
And he takes full advantage of that with a 16 darter that included no ton plus scores. Just goes to show legs can be very good without pulling up massive trees. 16 dart leg is around a 94 average. And to do that without a ton plus score is very interesting indeed.
60.
He comes into the 7th leg and starts with a 140
100.
and backs it up with a ton and seems to be playing with confidence now.
60.
Is he peaking at the right time, and is Justicia starting to wilt
100.
The rhythm of Parletti in this leg has been so much better. And it's what
60.
every top player works on. Trying to throw every dart at the same pace. Is he going to go for the ball?
121.
He didn't. I think that was a sensible thing to do. The last thing you want to do is
60.
miss the ball and have to come back and construct a way to win it. But double 10, and that is a fabulous leg. 14 darts this time from Dave, who now takes the lead at 4-3.
120.
We had a bizarre situation on Wednesday where in that Koltsov match
140.
against Justicia, if Justicia had won that match, all players would have been sitting on 2 points at the same time.
85.
A situation I very much doubt will ever present itself again. It was ridiculously tight. And after 3 matches, we had 3 players on 2 points, and they all had the same leg difference. It made for a fascinating day. What kind of day are we going to have
85.
on Friday?
$99.
Justicia still in the driving seat here. Has to keep his foot down.
133.
Does that. A very good use of the 19s.
$60.
Not under much pressure to take this 78. You just never know. Just gets the 20,
83.
but does get the tops. Doesn't even hesitate after nearly busting the shot. We go to the 9th. And this is just like Monday because it was 5-4 Parletti.
57.
Who was going to get the mini series win for the week? It's not the heights of
85.
what Justicia did on Wednesday, averaging north of 100. It's a more workmanlike game in the mid-80s.
100.
But this being the first game of the day, this is important for their chances of possibly winning the table today. You don't want to be relying on
57.
other results to go their way.
$44.
It's getting a little bit edgy. 44 to leave 300. Now on 359, this is tricky for Jose. He's just got to pound that 60 right here.
57.
All level in legs, pretty much level on the score.
Dave put one in there. 60.
Dave gets 3 darts very close together, but they're all about an inch too high.
132.
And Justicia kicks to leave 170. A wonderfully glued together visit of 18s and 20s.
66.
And now Justicia has the darts. And a 60 to start with another for the ball. We fancied
145.
the grandstand finish, the crescendo of 170 to finish the match off, and he will return. Justicia will return to the board now for 25. Oh, he's hit double 9. The other day we saw Keen Barry do this, and he went 1-3. I get the feeling Jose is not going to do that. Double 2.
Yeah, in 3.
Job done. Justicia wins 2-1 over the course of their 3 games for the week. But most importantly, he gets 2 points to start his day. And he will now stay on the board to take on Wolfie. Will he get 4 points in the bank from 2, or will Wolfie equalise? You'll have to wait and find out. We'll be back in a minute. Welcome back to the Icons of Darts Live League. And Martin Adams joins us for the first time for Friday to take on the winner of the first game of the day, Holder Justicia.
Right on. $25. Oh, sorry.
Martin has won the
All the
ball.
best, Jose. Have a good one, mate.
And Martin is looking to get his third victory over Justicia for the week.
Mate. $100.
Martin just having a little bit of a moment at the start of the match. I forgot that it was him. We all have that now and again. It's all part of being a focused sportsman. Sometimes you can be too focused. Well, he was very focused, or focused enough, let's say, on Wednesday
$95.
in picking up the daily title. He by no means played his best darts and will not have been pleased by a
60.
lot of unwanted missed darts at double. But he still played better than everybody else. And in a strange twist, the best game he played on Wednesday
168.
was the game he lost to Boris Koltsov, where he averaged 106 and lost 5 legs to 4.
100.
An immensely watchable game. So Adams is going for 2 in a row.
98.
Something that young Keane Barry, who will join us at 12:35 British time and Irish time, of course.
57.
Knows a lot about that because he won 3 in a row. Nobody has won 2 in a row this week.
Game in 2.
Martin has won the first leg in 14 though, and that's a bad sign for the rest of the field if he is in that sort of mood to start proceedings. Well,
100.
Justicia has not started well in this one. You'd think after getting that first game under his belt, he would be chomping at the bit, but just get the feeling maybe he's got a bit of a mental block against Martin Adams.
60.
His record against him in the Icons of Darts League is very poor.
45.
Sometimes you get a player from another part of the world who then plays against a great like Martin and holds them in such esteem
125.
that he just can't crack that in the game.
100.
However, I don't think that's the thing with Justicia. I don't think he cares for reputation. We don't need to talk about his booming start to his PDC career where he was
140.
involved in an altercation with Adrian Lewis.
$81.
Maybe he's just always on the wrong end of a tousling from Wolfie because Martin is just that good. And he's doing it again in leg 2.
136.
Second time in this match, he's hit 2 treble 20s, followed by a shot at the 16 segment. This time he just required a single
42.
to lead tops. Double 10.
30.
And that's what was happening on Wednesday, just offering one more chance to his opponents, but on Wednesday they weren't taking them. This time,
60
40
left.
nearly does
170.
on a very tricky checkout. And Martin has been warned. Oh, it was a bit tense to see if he could find that green bit. And Jose has got away with it there. It should be 2-0. But now Martin, with that characteristic smile, shrugs it off and gets back to work. We've seen many a different reaction
140.
from players when they have lost legs and matches, of course, in the last 3 months. This is, of course, week 13 of the Icons of Darts Live League. Week 13, can you believe it? But the thing that has been so endearing about watching Martin, for myself and you guys watching from around the world, has been his reactions, not just to his own brilliance, but to the adversity within game as well. And there was a perfect example of that. He misses 6 darts for the leg, and then he just laughs it off. If that was somebody else, we may have seen something different.
85.
And yes, I'm talking about Andy Jenkins. Yes, I'm talking about myself.
57.
Martin's scoring in this game so far has been far superior. He has had a great proximity to that 60, and he's going to do it again.
136.
2 treble 20s, and a shot at the 16th segment for the setup. 3 legs, 3 times.
95.
So, here you go, Martin. Take 2 on a 13 darter,
1.
and he gets it. That's a wrap for leg number 3.
Oh.
If he'd have done that in leg 2, he'd be 3-0 up. Jose's turn to laugh off. Maybe that's the right thing to do, because if anybody in this field today is going to struggle with the heat, it's going to be Jose. He lives in a place called Elda, not far from Alicante
100.
in Spain. And he has shared with us the fact that even though his playing environment is nice and cool,
47.
because he has the benefit of the kind of place that has tiled floors and air conditioning, that kind of thing, he's tailored it to good darting conditions.
60.
It is 36 degrees outside. He's probably going to confine himself to this room
57.
until he finishes his campaign against Keane Barry at 2:30 British time, which will be towards the later part of the afternoon for him.
55.
It's not that far behind here, Jose.
85.
And after that first start, he will have wanted more than 85. But 85 got him 1 behind, so he's on the tail of the wolf.
140.
No, wait. 55.
He's got plenty of time to get himself to 3-1 ahead to start his day with a positive. Can he take the 146?
106.
Well, he's left tops again. He's had plenty of practice at that part of the board. He's had success and failure there. You wonder what's going to happen this time.
140.
That's just Lucia gives an ironic smile to that 2 treble visit. 2 10s now. Martin gets there for 3-1.
3.
He confirms what we already knew. And he is 2 legs in front.
It's
been too consistent on that 60 for me, for Justicia to handle him, because if we have seen brilliance from Justicia, it has been sporadic. We don't associate alarming consistency with the Spaniard. Maybe that's something he's striving for.
45.
I guess all dart players are, but Jose has showed us on occasion that he can put in that big average, that big performance.
45.
But more often than not, that performance is then put into the history books, followed by something that isn't as remarkable.
60.
Martin's just plodding away here with a ton 40, a 45 and a 60, and still has an advantage of 119.
43.
And now he has the darts. These are the kind of positions that he doesn't usually relinquish.
40.
He may yet take advantage of it.
43.
Seeing as Jose is having a leg off. Only one treble for Jose in this whole leg after 12 darts.
97.
If he failed at the 60, use the 19s, and he has left himself on 119. And Justicia has started to find the 60.
125.
And serendipitously leaves a finish. Wasn't looking to leave 164. Martin has the ball and will go for it.
Game in 3.
Oh, boom. Right in the middle. They're the shots that make you feel really good about yourself. Tricky little 119 check out.
135.
You get the bullseye without any sort of wire kissing your dart. Even playing darts at this
100.
level, the best part of his 4th decade, that will still bring a smile to his face and a little flutter to his gut. You hit shots like that and it doesn't make you smile and doesn't feel fun, the best thing is to stop.
85.
I've been playing myself for the best part of 35 years since I was a kid. I get those
59.
checkouts and still feel that it's immense fun. Not so much fun when you miss it, of course. But Martin's not missing much.
108.
Hasn't missed anything. Turns the leg on its head, potentially, if Justicia does not find something big here.
135.
He's done very well to adjust from that treble 5, because the 5 segment's been a bit of a thorn in his side in the last 3 or 4 legs.
$96.
Another single 16, only just to set up tops. Now or never on double 6. Has to go.
60.
Misses, and Martin will step in to get a big victory against the Spaniard on tops. Now 10s.
Game in 2.
Does so. It's 3-0 for the week for Wolfie against Justicia, and it is 1 game with a win and 1 game with a defeat for Justicia. So not the end of the world, but he has to get back on the winning train shortly. And Wolfie will stay on the board now, and he will take on his England teammate, Dave Polletti, in a short while. Welcome back, and it's game number 3 of today's Icons of Darts Live League. And already the pressure is building on Surrey thrower Dave Parletti because he needs to get a result here and possibly has to win the rest of his games today if he is going to get a first daily title. But Wolfie looked ominous in his first game against Justicia. 5-1 victory for him. And he's already top of the table.
Outside.
It's 25. That Wolfie.
Parletti looking to get his first 2 points of the day with Justicia and Wolfie getting off the mark already. Martin has been complaining of a sore foot today,
58.
but that is definitely not going to stop him playing good darts. When you've been playing darts for 30 years, there will be lots of different ailments that you'll go through. He was
Got it. 41.
talking to myself last week about how I said I needed to get some treatment for my wrist, shoulder, and neck.
95.
And he said, "Welcome to the club." As if to say, if you're going to continue to play darts for the next 20 years, just get used to it.
121.
Well, Adams gets the 5-1 victory against Justicia, which was exactly what he did on Monday. If he does exactly what he did to Parletti on Monday, that'll be bad news for Dave, because it was 5-0 to Martin.
$121.
It was a very important match on Wednesday when these two faced each other. Because if Parletti had won the match and won the final game against Justicia, he would have won the daily title. But he failed to beat Martin. As a consequence, Martin won the daily title. And then Parletti lost to Justicia anyway. So he went from possibly first in the table to 5th in the space of maybe 40 minutes.
96.
This format can be brutal. Martin looking to get first crack at a double in this match. It's against the darts.
58.
And it clips the underside of Top's wire. Parletti does not get a shot at Tops.
51.
Earlier, double 5 was not kind to Martin. He kept missing it high.
10.
He's done exactly the same. And the one opportunity that Martin squandered in his last match against the Spaniard, Jose took it out.
20.
But Parletti is not able to take his chance. Perfect guide for double 5.
Game in 2.
Well used. And you just wonder how confident Parletti is against Wolfie, having lost to him twice already this week. I can say with all humility, having lost quite a few times to Martin in the Icons of Darts Live League,
140.
that when he gets you in a week in the corner, it's very hard to get out. And sometimes it takes
135.
one of your very, very best performances just to get the result.
$60.
And these are the opportunities that Parletti needs to take. They're small opportunities, but opportunities nonetheless. When Martin comes up dry on the trebles, and Dave has done just that. He's taken the opportunity. Fair play to him. Has to keep scoring in that vein.
100.
Only 25 behind. Now he's in front by quite some way.
140.
Much better. How much pressure is the 86 of the younger Englishman into
100.
the under? Well, some pressure is applied. Martin's not the kind of player to go 25 in bull. And he's got 121 left.
25.
Paulletti's not far from that bull to get the leg in the bank to draw level at 1-all. And this is where he's been in control the whole leg, Pauletti, but can now have his heart broken.
69.
Not close on the double 16. And Dave breathes again. Two vital shots at tops went in the first leg. Two vital shots at double 8 have gone in the second. And you sense bad news is on its way.
$16.
Maybe not. Could this be one of those games that has lots of fluctuations because of outer ring misses? Earlier on, Dave had trouble on double 8 because he went too close to the first dart. That may be a good miss because now he has a fresh target that hasn't got anything in front of it. It's exactly what he needed.
Jesus, man. Bit of double.
And a blessing from Reverend Adams.
$81.
A lesser opponent would have lambasted Pauletti for his mutterings, but not Captain Adams,
100.
who said, "God bless you, my child." I think that may be the first time I've ever heard that line at a darts match.
60.
I was talking to a guy yesterday who believes that a lot of the characters in sport seem to be going by the wayside these days. He thinks that footballers and golfers have turned into robots. Well, in darts, we still have characters. That's one of the greatest things about it. And long may that continue. Next game, we will see Justicia return to the hockey.
100.
And he will play Boris Koltsov in his first match of the day.
100.
Scoring's been decent from Dave in this leg, but Martin with lots of tons, 3 of them.
80.
Only scores 80. Very disappointed with that after starting with a treble, 20.
77.
And Dave Pauletti, for whatever reason, gets too many darts on the floor. Wolfie just shy on the 51 to have a shot at full.
57.
It is that treble 17, though, that Pauletti will sight up now.
Oh, dear, dear.
That's a great miss now, because he now has a shot at double 17 instead of the bull.
It is, isn't it?
Double 17, Dave, you are correct. You can tell by the pause that that was not intentional. Wow. What a way to get it.
Sorry, mate.
Well, double 17 recently was proven to be the double on the board that is hit the least in match play, 5 or 1, whether it's set play or match play, in fact. But it was very useful there. And you just get the feeling that Pauletti was just making doubly and triply sure that he was going for the right shot. If he went for the double 16 for double 17, Trust me, you would have gone for it sooner.
94.
Averages are not special at this stage, but we're at the early point of this match. There's a long way to go.
100.
It was a 95 average from Wolfie in his first game against Justicia, which is very good indeed. That's where he wanted to park himself potentially for the rest of the day and have maybe 1 or 2 ton plus averages in there. But an improvement is needed now after losing the last 2 legs.
140.
The improvement has arrived. 3 tons to start leg number 3. And in leg 4, he goes
100.
ton 140. Trying to lead double 12.
137.
And does after 12. Dave Pauletti was the hunter earlier, and now he's the hunted. But he is hunting down double 16.
1, 2, 3.
Gets the wrong treble with dart number 3.
Game
2-2.
1.
It is right now after the best leg of the match. And that average of Adams has climbed by 6 or 7. Pauletti still
85.
maintains the advantage of throw, which could be key. His defeats to Adams this week have not taken him anywhere close to
140.
the final leg of the match, the leg 9 thriller. Defeats of 5-0 and 5-2.
93.
Maybe today is the day where he gets a bit closer and gives himself the opportunity to take the match potentially. All dart players want, realistically, is just 1 shot
60.
for a match. If they get more than that, much better.
Not now.
Another one on the floor. How many times does Pauletti hit the previous dart and it falls on the floor? It happens more to him than any player in this cluster, in my opinion.
135.
Maybe at that point, it would be more prudent for Dave to utilise another treble, another part of the board.
100.
When you see these patterns occurring as a player, you need to educate yourself to make sure they don't happen again. But it seems to have happened a lot on Wednesday. It's happened a few times already
98.
today.
$97.
Martin will be back in charge if he can negotiate this 68. Because it is for a break of throw.
Oh, my God. 52.
And there's out of ring action. Has not been pinpoint yet today. How is Dave Pauletti's ball action?
25 left.
A wire shaver. You could tell by the gasp that it wasn't far away. Adams has the fresh target at 4s himself this
Game
time.
3.
And he does exactly what Pauletti did earlier. Goes outside 8s, inside 8s, and then has a double where nothing's in the way. And he takes it for a break of throw. And is now starting leg number 6 to potentially be 4-2 ahead.
60.
To bolster a points total potentially and a bulging leg difference, which is better than that of his 2 opponents so far today. Leg difference on Wednesday
59.
for Martin was far superior to anybody else. He was 5 better than Keen Barry, who took 2nd spot.
140.
He is still the holder of the leg difference record in a 5-match day, which is plus 17 with
140.
10 points in the bank, of course, which is 5 wins out of 5. wonder if
130.
that can be scared today by Wolfie. Or by anybody else for that matter. Just to put it into context, if you want to get to plus 17,
121.
you'd have to win 4 matches, 5 legs to 1. And the other one, you just have to win it.
64.
Parletti's done very well. He has left himself on 68 after 12, but Martin still has a chance to take the leg. Just on the underside of the green bit. And he hits the
40.
wrong green bit on dart 3. And Parletti's got a great chance to re-break here. Now it's got to be 13 ball. Double 12.
12 left.
Got the bonus going for the treble, but double 12 shot was undercooked. Martin gets the bonus himself for double 13.
Ooh. Well, that's 13 left.
He goes just on the
68.
inside. This game could have multiple different scores because of the misses from every chance that we've seen. Double 3.
Six.
You sense that the confidence level dipped after missing double 6 by quite some way. Martin revisits double 4 after an epicenter single.
Game in 2.
And he says, it's a gift. It was a gift. And it's a dagger to the heart of Parletti, who now has to win the next 3 in a row if he wants to get 2 points from his first 2 games.
140.
Not only do we have to marvel at the talents of some of these stars that you watch most days, but you have to
180.
admire the spirit of the players who haven't had a great deal of success, who keep coming back and keep trying.
$60.
Nothing embodies that more than Parletti starting with a 140, looking for a 3-leg charge, and then Wolfie goes in and hits a maximum.
100.
Mentioned the 13 checkout was a dagger to the heart of Parletti. Well, it's like Martin was twisting the dagger when that maximum went in.
81.
Advantage Wolfie now for 5-2 because he now has the darts. Well, there's the 1.
41.
Well, I think that's 40 more.
$85.
He's done well there. He's got to a finish that has a potential out. And by that I mean he can get bull or 25 to start the combination when he returns.
100.
And the likelihood is he might have to hit it. Hasn't got either, gets to 20. He's got 55 left.
95.
And he leaves a shot that Martin might hit at the end of this combination. Well, he doesn't need it because he's got 2 for 10s.
Game in 2.
Lethal from Wolfie to finish the job, and he gets the exact same result as he got against Parletti on Wednesday. That's 4 points for him. As Koltsov joins us, they now have to catch the Wolf. Can they? You have to stay with us to find out. Welcome back to the Icons of Darts Live League, and it's a welcome to the bearded man from Russia who decided to go bald
25.
through the lockdown process, and a little while ago he decided to shave his beard off, but he has
25.
decided to grow it back immediately. Now he's looking more like Boris Koltsov, in my opinion.
Bullseye.
25. All the best ones, I mean.
Boris is going to throw second in this one, though, and his quest to get 3 perfect wins against Justicia starts now.
100.
Justicia has won 1 of his first 2 matches, so he's not going to have that nightmare scenario of Monday where he got no points at all, but he's now on the quest for continued improvement. As Wednesday he was still bottom of the table on 2 points. He is now looking to better that
40.
by getting 4, potentially 6, and he can still get 8.
60.
77.
The top echelons of the table are no strangers to Boris, who has won multiple daily titles with incredible stuff,
96.
but hasn't been doing that on a consistent basis lately. More to do with the fact that he keeps running into people like Keane Barry and Martin Adams.
108.
Who's going to be the sheriff today?
99.
Well, Boris has started with 12 great darts to lead this 36.
In 3.
And gets 99 on dart 3. That's a good sign for Boris, because if you've been watching a lot of his darts in the last couple of months, too many times he has missed 3 clean darts at a double. So to polish off that 99 on dart 3 there is a good
46.
sign for his day. It's also very good that he breaks the throw on leg 1. Earlier in the week,
96.
Boris was up against it with the heat because it was quite high where he lives.
60.
Hence the drawn curtains, best curtains in darts. Trying to keep the heat out. That's exactly what Jose is doing as he faces the hottest temperatures of any player today, in the mid-30s. Not too bad for Boris today, in the mid-20s.
96.
So it should be fairly comfortable.
Oh.
I hope you guys
51.
are feeling comfortable yourselves watching this, whether you're watching on your smartphone, your tablet, laptop, desktop,
98.
smart TV, something in between. So many different ways you can watch this live action, and on the move as well.
140.
We've had people watching the action when they're out walking. We've had people watching when they're lazing on the couch, sitting in the
100.
garden. And some of you cheeky people that have been watching when you're at work.
44.
Boris for 2-0 then needs 101. Double 16.
85.
Slight pause just before he says his score there, as if to say, you didn't expect to miss that.
Oh, 54.
But both Boris and Jose missed the same double.
Game in 1.
Boris does not miss a second time and takes an early 2-leg advantage. Bad news for Spain and for Jose. He's taken a few extra seconds to gather himself before leg 3, and I admire that, because when you are
96.
staring into a 2-leg deficit, obviously things are going wrong, so you need to assess. You don't get much time to do that when you're playing against someone as fast as Boris Koltsov.
96.
I mentioned earlier in the week that maybe
60.
Boris's average record of 116.28 may not be bettered. I'd like someone to have a crack at it, but I just get the feeling that it might stand for quite some time.
58.
His performance against Martin Adams on Wednesday was... I'm still lost for words at how he performed from 4-2 down.
105.
He played like Goliath in the last 3 legs, and to finish that match
82.
with a 10 darter was very befitting that comeback. Tops for Jose.
65.
And he's bossed this leg. Interesting that he went for bullseye first on the 105.
139.
And Boris went away from the treble 20 there because the second dart was precarious.
82.
Jose gets within 1, but now has to concentrate on getting his throwback.
140.
What is it they call it on Twitter? Throwback Thursday? Well, Jose will be hoping it's Throwback Friday because he wants his throwback on a Friday. Do excuse me, I'm not really down with the kids these days. So if I get that wrong, please
100.
accept my apologies. We will, however, say hello to a couple of younger players in the next 2 games. Jared Cole will join us next to take on Dave Parletti, who has been unsuccessful in his first couple of games. So
85.
Jared will be looking to compound his misery. And then Keane Barry joined us and starts his day against Wolfie, which is
40.
not an easy thing to do today because Martin is on good form.
136.
Boris does a very Martin thing, which is utilise a 1-3-6 to lead tops, something that Martin did a lot in his first game against Jose, funnily enough.
95.
3-1 it should be.
30.
As I said earlier, too many times he misses 3 clean darts at double.
134.
Can't afford to mess around,
In 1.
and doesn't. If there's one word that describes Boris Koltsov's style of play, it's aggressive. Not in the grunting and face
100.
twisting sense. It's the way he plays the game. He doesn't do anything cautiously.
60.
And that's what makes him very good to watch. That's what made him a very good participant in the World Cup with Alexander Oreshkin.
100.
Two very, very different styles. You had fast, furious, aggressive darts from Boris. And Alexander Oreshkin,
100.
who was slow, twitchy, and very unpredictable.
96.
But they made a quarter-final, did Russia, and that was against the odds. Just get the feeling that if Boris was to get
60.
someone with maybe 80 to 85% of his talent to back him up, it'd be a very hard team to beat.
55.
Difficult for nations to carry the flag when you have one player that is alarmingly better than everybody else. And that's what
59.
Russia have with Boris. He is by far their best player.
58.
I've got a plethora of good talent. Crystal Reyes Tony Alcinas. Jose, of course.
58.
Carlos Rodriguez, who was part of that first World Cup team for Spain that took out the English.
80.
Boris looking for a piece of magic here for a 4-1 advantage. 2 treble 19s. Jose did not
83.
mean to leave double 6. He meant to get a single 20 for double 16. But it is of no consequence as he steps in for double 6 and makes it 2-3 in the score.
96.
Going to be a very interesting World Cup later in the year. That has been moved to the great city of Graz,
44.
the suburb of Premstetten, which I have been to a couple of times.
85.
And I've been there a couple of times in the summer as well. Absolutely glorious there in the summer. Right next to a large lake.
100.
I think it'll make for a very interesting World Cup venue.
100.
Can you imagine the home support for the Austrians? And Misa Sudovic in particular. That's going to be very watchable.
125.
This game has been very watchable too. He even scores pretty much after 9 darts each. And Boris has got to stay on the 20s here.
60.
Completely blocked to get to that treble.
65.
Jose does the right thing, utilising the 25 to guarantee the finish. But Boris's range seems to have evaporated in the last couple of legs.
59.
He won't care as long as he gets this ton.
4 score.
A miss on the 2 tops. Has to go back to the 60 and only scores 40. Doesn't get close to a double. And this is now a tremendous chance for the Spaniard to level up.
83.
He has. Bad news for Boris. Good news for Jose, who's looking to continue his improvement as the days go on.
85.
Technically, both players are very, very good indeed.
96.
With Jose, you'll see there's a little bit of a rocking motion backwards and forwards with the head.
96.
The arm is constantly moving. That's just his way. With Boris, it's straight back and forth.
60.
Very uncomplicated, compact action.
120.
Just when you think Jose was getting a max and making his move, he gets a bounce out off the previous dart.
60.
But he still has a big enough lead to capitalise on Boris not finding any scores at all at the moment. Really struggling on the treble 20 area.
140.
That's better. Equalises the score. Couldn't be tighter.
58.
Well, Jose went for the 25 in bull on the last dart and came up really dry. Boris can line up tops
105.
and has done so, but has to rely on Jose missing something very similar to what he hit in the last leg. Is he going to leave the same double at the end? Yes. Oh, this time he misses it. Just on the inside. And Boris has dodged the bullet
1.
for the want of a better Guy Ritchie movie phrase. That could be a lethal break of throw
81.
for the chances of Jose. If he loses this match, then his chances of winning the league today, for me, are gone.
100.
Have to get a minimum of 8 points to win the league for me. And in some cases, you have to win all your games.
57.
We had a situation at the end of last week where Keane Barry and Martin Adams both had 8 points going into the very last game. So the scenario
140.
was simple. They had to win all 5.
57.
Again, Boris struggles with his scoring. Jose now in position.
83.
Again, he hits a small 8, going for a 25. I think it was in the very same puncture mark.
139.
Leaves a finish from 3 or 6. That is very good indeed. Very good tactics as well. The 167 is for the game. That treble 20 has been almost allergic to the points
64.
of Boris Koltsov in the last few legs. Shanghai 20s to take us to the 9th. Tops.
No. 100.
Second leg in a row that he has missed the double on a ton plus combination after taking the 108 in the leg before that. Boris Koltsov
73.
gets the 102 to get his own ton plus checkout, and it wasn't a vintage performance, but sometimes you got to win a little bit ugly, and that's exactly what that was. Koltsov is up and running, and Jared Cole is about to get up and running against Dave Quality. That's coming up right now. Let's get back to it and let's go to the conservatory. Jared Cole rejoins us for his third day of the week.
All the best, mate. Bullseye. Outside.
Jared knows all about a bullseye because he's had plenty of bullseye finish as he's been playing in the Icons of Darts Live League longer than most. He's been a regular.
85.
On Wednesday, though, it was the fresher face of Dave Pauletti that got the victory, 5 legs to 4.
100.
And that was in response to a 5-3 victory for Jared on Monday. So this one is the decider, very much like it was for Pauletti against Justicia in the first game of the day, where he was edged out 5 legs to 4. He played some good stuff in that first game, did Dave.
96.
But then gave too many chances to Wolfie in his second match in a 5-2 defeat.
42.
Jared has seen constant improvement in the last couple of months. He
100.
took a couple of sessions to get used to the format when he first started playing online. But when he got used to it, he really showed us what he's capable
81.
of. He went through a real purple patch. But since then, he's had a bit of a lull in form
80.
and a slower period of progression. And we are in the midst of seeing that progression before our very eyes.
85.
Top 10 for the first leg after missing the 120.
In 1.
And look at that. Picture perfect tops from Jared. Looked so good, you don't want to take it out of the board.
100.
16 darter from Jared to start things off on throw.
85.
You can see that equates to 93.94, so we'll just say 94. And if you can maintain that sort of average throughout a game like this, it
60.
could well be good enough. We've seen averages in the 80s from Dave in his first two.
85.
And he is keeping that going in this one early, with the mid-80s being his sort of range.
140.
Jared's having a bit of a problem with the
85.
5 in this leg as he gets 3 85s in his first 9 darts. But it seems to be catching
65.
as Pauletti finds himself in the 5 segment also.
58.
Sometimes, and I'm not being too critical here, I'm sure, but sometimes when Jared throws, he pauses at the back of his throw a little too much. He's good when he gets
58.
going, he gets his pace and his rhythm, but sometimes early he can pause before he thrusts his arm forward.
140.
See those second 2 darts there, darts number 2 and 3, there was less pause, just more fluidity with the throw. Oh, Dave,
8 left.
when he got 75 left and he went 25 and Bully hits the bull, just symptomatic of how his day is going and how his week is going.
In 3.
Jared finds the bottom part of double 16 to compound the misery of Dave Pauletti and to take a 2-0 lead in no time at all. Things looking very cool in the conservatory today. There have been times in the last couple of weeks where it's been borderline unbearable, I'm sure.
125.
Nothing's been said about the heat today
100.
from the English-based players, of which there are Jared Cole, Dave Pauletti and
95.
Martin Adams. We'll find out what the weather's like in Ireland in the next game as Wolfie takes on young Keane Barry, which could be a blockbuster.
80. $59.
Interesting switch there from Jared. I wasn't really seeing a blocker dart, but maybe one of those darts flattened out a bit and obscured his
7.
vision towards the maximum bet. Now he has to go to the
94.
18s and gets himself a treble to press home an advantage of around 140.
140.
Well, the advantage is gone, but Jared still has first opportunity. Back to the 18s. Can he get a bullseye?
3.
I told you, he likes a bullseye. You didn't believe me. Well, there you have it. Bullseye to start the match and a bullseye and a 1-2-8 to give himself a 3-0 lead and to close out Dave Pauletti.
$140.
Every time I write down the highest finishes of the day, I seem to be putting Jared Cole's name next to them. I don't think I will ever forget
60.
the game that Dave Evans played where he hit 3 121 checkouts
180.
in a best of 9 match. Seen 2
80.
170s from Jared Cole in the last couple of weeks. Right now, he is playing some absolutely delightful stuff. Dave's not playing poorly in this leg. He's left 2-2-1 off the 9. But he's
60.
been made to look very pedestrian from the great scoring of young Jared.
57.
And that's all right. Whether you leave the double or the easy 2-darter, it's now still firmly in your hands when Dave Pauletti gets a 1 on the 161. But he does leave tops. But again, he might be too late to the party. Double 8.
32.
This time Jared misses. Opportunity for 4-0 has gone. You could sense that he was hoping it was going to go in. He was muttering to himself under his own breath. And Jared is showing zero sympathy. Well, Pauletti has lost his first 2 matches, and it's very likely he's going to lose this one too.
140.
Which would be a catastrophic start to his campaign. 3 down, 3 defeats potentially, with only 2 games remaining, and those 2 games are against Keane Barry and Boris Koltsov. He is now fighting to not be the man at the bottom of the table at the end of today's play. He's been 5th twice, with Justicia bottom both times.
$140.
But in this form, Jared Cole is going to be a handful. 3 140s to leave 81 for the match, and his average is creeping towards 100. This has been a tremendous display from the young man from Hertfordshire. Double 16.
49.
Misses for the 12. You can see what he's trying to achieve. He's trying to be efficient with every visit.
137.
So all Jared Cole.
Yeah, and 3.
And he gets that double 16 for 5-0. He's more like Andy Cole there, scoring a hat-trick for either Newcastle or Man United. You make your choice on that one. But it is 5-0, the first bagel of the day. And that's a great performance to start your campaign. It's Keane Barry and it's Wolfie, and you should not miss that. It's coming up in about 10 minutes. fixtures don't come more tantalising than this. And it could be very key again between these two, because this is the start of Keane's attack on today's league, but he could be responsible
25.
for trying to stop Martin Adams, who hasn't not tasted defeat
25.
yet. We're running out of people who
Bullseye.
can potentially stop the wolf. Third person
That's a 25.
stepping up to the plate is young Keane. Wolfie still has
Yeah, all the best,
battle
Kane. Have a
against
good game.
Boris Koltsov and young Jared Cole, of course. But the longer Martin goes without defeat, the stronger he will become.
100.
He will feel more invincible.
45.
And Keane's been pretty close to invincible in the last week or so. He's been playing for the last 8 days. The last 9 days,
95.
actually. Last Thursday was his debut day on his 18th birthday.
180.
First maximum for Keane comes in the second visit of the match for him. But in the space of those 9 competitive days, he has only
101.
tasted second place instead of first place, which is
58.
quite frightening, really. It was these two that topped the table on Wednesday, with Martin taking top spot and Keane snagging second.
43.
Martin not able to leave a finish somewhat quizzically from 205.
58.
Keane's left 160 though. All Martin can do from here is set up the shot. Might look at the bullseye now.
89.
He's got the single 9. So Keane, 160 away. We're just checking to see if we've still got Keane's sound, which we do.
100.
And it's a battle of the two darters now. The more difficult of the two comes for Martin right now. Now he has to go 16 for Bull. Not far
48.
off. This is a great shot for Keane, because no matter where the single 20 goes, he has plenty of room for tops.
40.
Not able to take that out, and he was taking those shots out almost every time earlier in the week. Important double 8 for Martin.
17.
Second crack of the whip
Game in 1.
for the young man from southwest of Ireland. And he has got an unlikely break of throw in leg 1, which is good news for the rest of the people in this field. Martin is
58.
the only player currently on 4 points. Jared Cole has 2 points in the bag after that 5-0 win over Dave Pauletti.
121.
Boris Koltsov is also undefeated on 2 points. Justicia is going to have to
58.
say a thing about things this afternoon, as he has had 2 points from his possible 6.
$180.
Martin comes back to door number 180.
137.
Here's one of those scores that just sounds better in Irish. Remember playing Keane last week, and he scored 133 And you give me a better number on the
140.
dartboard that sounds more quintessentially Irish than 133. I'm sure there are numbers that every
42.
accent has. It just sounds better in that particular vernacular. But Martin is talking the language of darts in this leg.
20.
Missing more at the outer ring. Could have been an 11 darter.
86.
But he'll take a 13, 14 or 15. He doesn't get what's behind door number 1. Or door number 2.
Game in 3.
But he gets what's behind door number 3.
Ah,
And he draws level at 1-all. 2 breaks of throw to start us off in this one. And there's every likelihood that this game will go to 9 legs because the last 2 meetings, which have been this week, have gone the distance.
180.
But whereas Martin is starting to find his scoring,
100.
Keane is not being as punctuated as he was a few days ago. I think he was struggling for rhythm on Wednesday, but still getting results.
95.
Still in this match, of course, but he will not be pleased with the way he's performed so far with an average of just under 80.
100.
Steadying the ship somewhat with a couple of tons to start this third leg. That's better from the young man. I'll be the first to admit that you cannot put too much pressure on
85.
an 18-year-old superstar in this game, or any game for that matter. You have to let the game come to them.
140.
But if there is any pressure on Keane Barry, it's his own fault because of all of the things that he's done in the last couple of years. Making Alexandra Palace by winning the Tom Kirby Memorial on the stage at the City West.
85.
Winning the World Youth Championship against Leighton Bennett. World Junior Champion as well.
100.
Was very successful at the JDC event in Gibraltar, of course, last September. Picking up titles there. He's hoping that this tops does not go for Wolfie,
Game in 3.
but it does right in the bottom corner. And Keane was languished on that 61 and hoping for a shot, which he did not ultimately get. A
57.
couple of times in this match so far, we've seen a slip dart from Keane go towards that small 18, so he's got to be wary of that.
$140.
Keane Barry very much a JDC product, in my opinion.
180.
And the JDC in Ireland are doing an absolutely phenomenal job over there with all of their young talents. Not just young lads coming through, but young ladies too. Watch out for Katie Sheldon
140.
in the coming years. Fabulous young player. And the JDC are doing a marvellous job with
58.
players around the world. And they're now looking to rejuvenate the amateur game with the invention of MAD, Modern Amateur Darts. Announcements and
100.
ideas will be surfacing on social media in the coming weeks. I am positive about that. So if you
58.
don't currently follow Modern Amateur Darts on Twitter, do so, because there's going to be big news coming out of that account very, very soon.
81.
Martin has been anything but amateur in this game since leg one, where he had a very unstructured
132.
start to this match. He has now built the foundations of a great performance. Again, he's looking to get it
20.
to deny Keane a shot, but this time he does not. And Keane, after that wonderful 132 setup,
Game in 1.
finds himself 148 in 4 darts and draws level at 2 legs apiece. Averages have now evened out at an even 89.
55.
Here's Keane Barry starting to find his feet on Friday.
180.
There's your answer. When you talk about Irish darts, it's gone through spells in history. Talk about Jack
100.
McKenna and him being maybe the most infamous opponent on the end of a 9-darter back in the early 90s with the Paul Lim 9-darter at Lakeside.
96.
Mick McGowan, Willie O'Connor, waving the flag for Irish darts for many a year. Of course,
140.
both looking up to the great Tom Kirby, who we lost over a decade ago now. Can you believe that?
105.
But when you look at the future of the game in Ireland, I think a lot of credit has to go to Steve Lennon as to what he's done on tour the last few years. He's shown that as a
62.
young Irishman, there's a lot can be done in this game of darts, and Keane Barry is starting to follow in his footsteps. Climb the ladder to the tops. Just
100.
a little too early leaning into that one. Can't forget, of course, a dart player
100.
who's a lot taller than Keane, but he's from the same area, and that's Kieran Tian. And
No score.
Keane's got every right to feel miffed about missing that. He's somewhat lucky to have busted score. Wolfie still needs to punish him, though.
Game in 3.
That's exactly what he's done. Keane will be spitting that he's lost that 5th leg. Started with a maximum. Could have taken it in 12 on tops.
140.
And now he has to respond again. This format of darts, match play, of course, leg on leg. You are going to get so many different emotional swings.
60.
World Match Play, of course, is coming up this month and will be played behind closed doors
58.
in Milton Keynes. As to who will be featuring in that field, that will be determined next week at the PDC Summer Series, where the top 16 players in the world will do battle against the top 16 qualifiers from the Pro Tour Order of Merit.
140.
And the first round of that tournament will be best of 19 legs.
133.
Very, very traditional format. And there's that Irish score of 133, which definitely sounds better coming from Keane's lips than mine. All Keane wants to say next is game shot in 3.
121.
94.
Good switch to the 18s to leave 76. And this game has gone up a notch.
100.
Similar checkouts left. Well, Keane's been backed into a corner here, and he's got the bullseye on the second one. He rightfully withdraws that 3rd dart that was almost gone.
60.
And after he hits the single one, he's thinking, why do I have to hit the bullseye when I've got 75? Dave Parletti did it in the previous game as well. But now Martin can make Keane feel even
Game in
worse.
2.
And does, and it's not the first time he's taken 18-2 just like that. Do not leave Martin Adams on 80 for 3 darts today. He's been masterful at it. Keane has not played bad in this game, but a couple of missed chances
68.
is the only difference between him and Martin, who now has a 2-leg gap.
58.
Great players don't need much in the way of chances. Keane could easily be 4-2 ahead. But at no point
100.
in the last 3 months have you seen Martin Adams panic.
140.
And you know what he's going to say if you ask him why. Just a game of darts. Got to get on with it. There are worse things happening in the world. We have seen examples over the last few weeks of people who
140.
have lost their cool a little bit and have shown us how much this game means to them, whether it's online or live.
133.
Another 170 leave from Keane. And in order to stay in this match, he may have to find the biggest check out of the lot.
$43.
Hasn't played poorly in the match, but it has been frustrating for the young man.
How's that gone? Oh, 14.
14 scored from Martin leaves 79. No match dart.
43.
It's a really interesting use of the third dart. Can Keane get a very good third dart himself on the ball?
102.
The answer is niet. Not really sure what Martin was doing going for treble 16 on 66, but now he's found himself in double 16.
34.
And 2 match darts have been missed. Keane needs, oh, it slipped out of his hand. That's a single 8. So now it's double 8.
Game in
What a way to get it. Great recovery from the young'un, because a lot of other players might have been flummoxed by that slip dart out of the hand, but he just goes up and hits the requisite number. Really mature.
96.
But there's been 3 occasions in this match where the dart slipped out of his hand. Maybe it's something to do with the climate, the temperature in his kitchen. You can see that it's a very bright room.
97.
You can see that the room that Martin is playing in has the curtains drawn. So he's trying to block the temperature out from
41.
outside, whereas the curtains are open in Keane's kitchen. So if it is a little bit hot, you might want to get the curtains drawn. And you may say to me, it's not going to make any difference. Well,
100.
small changes can have big effects in darts.
100.
But if he is a superstitious player, maybe because he's had such a good start to his Icons career, the curtains have been open the whole time. You might not want to shut them.
60.
Is he on the comeback trail? Don't forget, Martin Adams has had 2 match darts. This match could be done and dusted.
58.
$100.
Just pause for breath there to see if Martin could get a treble with that last dart. He can.
96.
It's a good deflection off the top of that second dart for Keane to leave 110. Is it another match dart for Martin? It's not. So this time,
96.
Keane cannot afford any slips. Misses the 54 and does not
45.
get a shot to save his skin in leg 8. And Martin will receive 2 more match opportunities at the same double at which he missed last time. Last time he missed outside, then went inside.
Game in 3.
But he doesn't miss this time, and Martin Adams gets a third win out of 3, and he's still perfect. And can he be caught? That's the question. Well, Justicia will return to play against Jared Cole, who is undefeated himself. Can he keep his streak going? Next. Welcome back to the Icons of Darts Live League with MODUS Sports and Low 6. Last game before the short lunch interval. And it will be the fourth game of the day for Jose Justicia against Jared Cole, who's playing his second game.
Yeah. Reposition it. Yeah, I see. Yeah, that's fine. Really nice. It keeps going back up. That's painful. Yeah? Alright, cool. Me for the ball, yeah? Right, okay.
Sorry about that, folks. We just needed to get Jared's board repositioned just so that everybody
25.
could see whether he hit double 3 or double 17 in the future.
Outside.
Oh, sorry.
Looks like neither player wants to win the ball. Has that small interruption just derailed
25.
Jared a little bit?
25.
Oh, sorry.
We definitely know that Jared is going to go first here. And he got the perfect start in defeating Dave Parletti.
55.
5 legs to nil in his first game of the day. So you couldn't ask for a better springboard for a Friday than that.
98.
Throwing exactly 80 darts for 5 legs, resulting in an average just under 94.
58.
He's got to keep the momentum going, Jared Cole, because
100.
Martin Adams has not stopped. He has got 3 wins from 3 on 6 points, with games against Boris
100.
and one against Jared later. And that game there could be pivotal to see where today's title goes, because if Wolfie beats Koltsov and he beats Jared Cole, then everybody simply can't catch him.
60.
The scoring of Jared in his first encounter was very impressive, and his average could have been much higher had it not been for
58.
a few costly misses at doubles. I say costly, well, it didn't really cost him, but all it did was cost him a bigger average.
140.
Good position here to hold through if he can negotiate the 88 that he has left.
42.
Bullseye.
In 3.
Loves a bullseye. Not his first bullseye finish of the day, and it will not be his last. That's right, I said it. He will get another bull finish.
56.
And if he doesn't get one, you have every piece of permission to tell me off.
100.
Justicia
100.
and Jared Cole will not feature in the summer series next week in Milton Keynes. But what I can confirm is that 2 of the people who have been playing the Icons of Darts Live League will. James Hubbard has been given an invitation via his lofty standing in the Challenge Tour Order of Merit, and he is going to go to Milton Keynes for the 5 days, which is great news for James.
100.
Another Icons player, which is going to Milton Keynes, is Scott Mitchell. So, congratulations to Scott for playing so well on the early Challenge Tour events in 2020, which has given him the opportunity of playing PDC Pro Tour darts
96.
in the match play race. And who's to say that someone like Scott Mitchell can't sneak a place in the World Match Play by having a brilliant 5 days? Funnier things have happened. Jared just missed
125.
tops for the 145, somewhat unconventional route, but almost got the right number.
Yeah, in 3.
Jose is here and he is ready for 1-1. That's a very vital double 10 he just hit. That's the first leg that Jared has lost all day. Just speaking to one of our backroom staff, Mark Walker, who I'm going to give full credit for this statistic. And that is that Keane Barry, who has been playing since last Thursday, has had a lot of success.
60.
But he's now played 26 games, and in every single one of those games, he has won at least 3 legs. So
95.
that just goes to show how hard he is to beat.
Oh,
Think about some of the players he's played against.
46.
He did, of course, lose 5-3 there to Martin Adams, which makes things very difficult for Keane to get another win today, but he'll be
54.
wanting to get that streak continued of getting first or second in every single league he has played.
100.
Jared in charge with 157 left.
95.
Now leaves 62. Justicia is sneakily quick. He was very fast to the oki there. And it remains to be seen whether that suits Jared. Maybe it does, because he's just taken that out for 18 darts and a hold of throw. He has had a couple of really good tussles with Keane Barry this week, as Jared Cole.
60.
And he'll be looking to get his first win against the young Irishman a little later this afternoon. And that will be
100.
the final game that they will play this week, because it's the last game of the afternoon.
Oh, 60.
How much of a bearing is that game going to have on today's winner and today's second place finisher? Time will tell,
180.
as Jared dices with that second dart dangling there precariously.
180.
His 180 is answered.
Jared. 60.
First of a finish with only 40 ahead. And today there's been a lot of 5 for Jose Justicia. You're seeing the frustration come out. This has happened a lot in his previous 3 games. Great little start. You have to commend that switch.
57.
No trouble there from the Hertfordshire youngster. And another
64.
visit from Jose that results in a last start rescue shot. Shot a double coming in for Jared for 3-1. Oh, double 16 is becoming his best mate. He's looking good today. Jared's next match, he will have to wait
81.
a little bit of time for, and if he gets a big result here, he'll be hoping that it was sooner. With the draw has fallen for him, on Friday
100.
is that he will finish this match in maybe 10, 15 minutes time. And then we'll have to wait until 3:20
140.
British time. So roughly 2 hours to wait until he plays Martin Adams.
100.
The scenario could be this. Cole wins this match. Wolfie wins his next
125.
match against Boris. And then you'll have two undefeated players playing each other. And it will be an
Right,
enormous
sir.
game. That one is looking like it could be the game of the afternoon.
99.
Again, Jared is too heavy on the scoring for Jose.
140.
It's out of the Spaniard's hands.
In 3.
So is the leg. The doubling in this game has been very good indeed. It's one of the most efficient
6.
early parts of a day I've seen from Jared Cole, and this is a warning sign to the rest of the field. If he maintains this kind of play,
123.
he's going to be very hard to beat.
$100.
Too many times Justicia is averaging in the low 80s, and players like Cole, Wolfie,
96.
Koltsov, they're lifting their range by maybe 4 or 5 into the 90s, and it's too hot for Justicia to handle. Averages of 81 and 82 are not going to win you daily titles, but 93 to 96 is going to give you every chance. Especially if you can throw in that one performance a day where you really need it, and it's up over 100.
140.
Can Jared give himself a shot
98.
where he can finish the match off very quickly? I said that it wouldn't be his last bullseye finish of the day. He could finish this match with a bullseye or a double 11.
102.
Well, I'm not sure that came out right. It wasn't that far away, but it was very close to the double 8 instead of the double 11.
No.
Oh,
27.
Jose just overcorrected, looking for the top portion of the double 16, and Jared can get it done here.
Jared. 11.
Misses all 3 match darts. So that's 4 gone now. I have to say that all 4 were quite some distance away.
Game in 3.
Well, Jose would have told himself off if he'd not hit that double 12, because he had a wall to hit there. A guide on the outside of 12s, another one on the
60.
outside of 12s, and all he had to do was hit either shot before that, and it would cushion itself into that double 12, and that's exactly what he did. If you do hear some revs outside of Jose's place, it's because there's a lot of mopeds very close to where he lives.
125.
And Jared Cole probably should have gone to the 19s on that third dart, because the second one was skewed to the right. We could have easily knocked that one out of the board.
$100.
You wonder if those mismatched darts are going to affect Jared.
180.
Time will tell, but Jose has banked a 180 there.
119.
That's a great reply. Just when he has a dodgy 5 dart, he comes back with 6 19s.
41.
And Cole should get more shots.
77.
Well, he's left double 10, as opposed to double top. That might be a good thing because he's already hit double 10 in this match.
60.
So it's match start number 5.
Yeah, game in 1.
And there it is. Jared Cole gets another big win to keep himself in with a shout of today's title. Very good indeed from him, but that's it for Justicia. 4 games down, 1 victory. All he can do is get 4 points, which would be an improvement on the last couple of days. But we're going to take a short break now, and we're going to come back with Parletti and Keane Barry at 1:40 British time. We'll see you shortly. Welcome back, everybody, to the Icons of Darts Live League, brought to you by MODUS Sports and Low 6. And we have another game on Friday, the third day of competition for this cluster, where it's one game all in the head-to-heads.
25.
It's 25.
Keane Barry won on Wednesday by 5-1.
25.
Dave Pauletti won 5-3 on Monday.
25.
Having a bit of a tussle to see who starts this one off. Game number 8 of the day, of course, of 15.
Just outside.
It's what I like to call the sandwich match. The one that's right in the middle.
25.
7 games before, 7 games after. This one is smack bang in the middle. And it will determine who gets off the mark, because Keane failed to get off the mark in his first game against Wolfie, even though he played some very decent stuff at times. Martin was just a bit more consistent. But
94.
Dave has come up short on all 3 occasions in his previous matches today.
96.
A narrow 5-4 loss to Justicia in the opener of Friday. And then a 5-2 loss to Martin Adams,
99.
followed by a 5-0 drubbing by Jared Cole, who is setting his stall up very well today with a couple of big victories. Pauletti does not want to have a day where he picks up no points, but in order for him to progress, for me, he has to figure out why he is constantly rebounding
58.
from a dart onto the floor, because it's happening way too often.
85.
121.
Great visit from Keane, his first ton plus shot of the leg to get himself to 85.
52.
It will be for this first leg. The bullseye.
Game in 3.
Loves a bullseye. Does he like a bullseye as much as Jared Cole, though? I'll leave that to you, the audience, to figure out. Nice hold throw for Keane to start this match. And he has struggled with his
140.
rhythm at times today and on Wednesday. So if he can make it click, then he's going to be very dangerous for the rest of the day.
20.
Apologies that we don't seem to have our
134.
scoring graphic on the screen at this point. We will endeavour to get that back to you as soon as possible, and I will keep you in touch with the scores.
96.
Currently 1-0 to Keane Barry. Keane on 227 before this visit. 60 leaves him on 167. Dave on 245.
100.
Ton takes him down to 145, but Keane on 167 has first crack. Well, he's got 144 left with 1 dart.
42.
That's a somewhat fortuitous single 20, but 145 for Pauletti is not going to be taken.
Oh, again. 41.
And doesn't get south of 100, leaving 104. 125 for Keane. Tops.
85.
Somewhat cautious effort at tops, but he does leave 40, just in case Dave does not take the 104. He hasn't really scared that treble 20 in a couple of visits. Tops for Keane for 2-0,
Game in 1.
and that it is. 2-0 to the young Irishman. Parletti struggling again. Has lost now, by my reckoning,
140.
8 legs in a row now, which is not good for his confidence. Keane starts with a 140 to leave 361.
54.
447 for Parletti. Relying on mistakes from Keane.
57.
That's about as much of a mistake you will get from Keane, Barry.
140.
140 from Parletti to leave 307. Keane on 304. Looking to leave 170.
134.
And does leave that 170. Parletti cannot leave a finish now.
43.
43 leaves him on 264. Keane with lots of time to negotiate this 170. Might take it out. Oh, he
145.
fancied it and misses the bull for the maximum checkout. Nobody's taking it out today. The biggest checkout I've seen is 128 from Jared Cole. But there we have Dave Parletti again leaving a bogey number. That happens too often. And with Keane on 25 and taking it out in 2, this is a bad run of legs for Dave Parletti. Everything he touches at the moment turns to ash.
42.
And this is where, if you're a dart player with talent but no confidence,
180.
your opponents will notice that and pounce on it. It's not a particularly enjoyable vocation
46.
when you're not confident that you're going to throw decent darts. 42 and 46 to start this leg for Dave Parletti.
81.
180 and 81 for Keane to leave 240.
60.
That 60 leaves Dave on 353. Keane looks more deadly now than he has looked since the
140.
morning session of Wednesday, where he started with 104 average against Jared Cole. That 140 leaves him on 100.
99.
254 for Parletti is nowhere near. Double 10 for a 12,
80.
and he will have to wait until his next visit to try and take double 10. Keane Barry just too hot to handle right now. Positively sizzling on an average of around 94. Double 10 then. Gets double 5 for a 14 darter, and that average has swollen to 97 now to Parletti's 75. He's only one hold of throw away from mimicking the undefeated Jared Cole and
81.
getting a 5-0 victory against Dave Parletti. I can say it from experience in this league what it's like to be beaten 5-0 twice in a row, and it feels very bad indeed.
140.
It's looking increasingly likely that that may be the equation that Parletti is having to solve
83.
for his last match against Boris Koltsov at 2:55 British time.
60.
Keane leaves 220 after 9 darts. Dave is 140 behind on 360.
85.
Cuts the gap to 55. Keane gets to a finish of 160. Dave may be looking at the bullseye after this.
105.
Dave's got 105 to leave 170. Will he get a shot at it? Keane on 160.
100.
Leaves himself on a finish that will look very inviting if he returns. Second 60 was not scared.
85.
And the score was cut in half to leave 85. But Keane on 60 for the match and for 5-0. And that's exactly what he gets. A 5-0 defeat of Dave Parletti, the second time in a row for Dave that has happened. It's the two youngsters that have slaughtered him. But now Keane Barry gets on the winning train to see if he can catch the likes of Jared Cole and Martin Adams. Stick with us as Wolfie returns and he plays Boris Koltsov. The two foes that have been going at it for the last few weeks have another battle coming up. Welcome back to today's action. It is Friday and we are coming into the second half of today's proceedings. We apologise that in the last game our scoring graphic seemed to disappear, but it has now reappeared for your darting pleasure.
Bullseye.
And a bullseye for your darting pleasure from the Wolf.
Bullseye.
And from the Viking.
Bullseye.
Nothing but bulls here.
25.
All the
And
best,
Boris
Martin. Have a good
is
day.
perfect in the bullseye shootout to see who goes first, and he begins this match. And we pray, we hope
58.
that this game is just as good as Wednesday's, because Wednesday's game was by far, in my opinion, the best game of the week. Averages both over 105
100.
and culminated in that last leg of Boris Koltsov's of 10 darts,
96.
coming from 4-2 down to win 5-4 against one of the all-time greats. I'm sure that's a game that Martin will want to forget, but Boris will probably never forget.
81.
This one does have a big bearing on today's standings as well.
93.
Boris has only played one game so far, and he won it 5-3 against his old foe, Jose Justicia.
60.
But Martin has played 3 games so far without defeat. So whoever wins this one will remain undefeated.
94.
It will be very, very interesting if Boris gets the result. It will throw the cat amongst the pigeons.
140.
But if Martin gets the victory and gets to 8 points undefeated, he will go into his final game against
82.
Jared Cole, knowing that if he wins that, he wins today's league. 60 needed for a shot at tops.
Game in
Oh,
3.
masterful. And I've said that more than once to describe what Martin Adams does sometimes, but that is absolutely pinpoint timing with that finish. Over the course of this week, Martin Adams has played some very good stuff,
85.
but has missed a few more doubles this week than he usually would.
140.
We know that Boris can rescue a game against Martin Adams from 4-2 down, but that for me was a bit of an anomaly. Martin has played very well against Boris in the last couple of months.
83.
And Boris respects Martin an awful amount.
95.
So this is going to be another mental battle for Boris against a player who you expect to play well all the time. You can see averages there in the mid-90s already, and that's where
60.
Keane Barry was in his last game when he won 5-0 against Dave Parletti. A 95 average for the young man from Ireland, which was an improvement on what he threw against Martin in his first match.
58.
So if Koltsov can deny Wolfie that unbeaten run today to the title, that will bring other people into today's race, like Jared Cole and Keane Barry.
100.
Not to mention himself. Had real problems on the treble 20 in his
85.
first match against Justicia. He was utilising the treble 19 an awful lot more than he usually would. We'll just monitor that in this game. As Martin is looking to leave 36.
99.
But fails to get the 57 and has to settle for a 2-darter on 74. Well, there's the 24 for Boris, and there's 60 more to leave tops. 1 dart at tops, potentially. That's what it is.
34.
Too much air on that one. Bit of a Michael Jordan dart. Double 10
In 2.
for Boris. Equalises at 1 leg all. Boris Koltsov, who I've mentioned many times before, who has the best curtains in darts. Triples up on the 60 there, but seems to have almost the calmest environment to play in.
100.
Dart players over the course of time playing in the PDC particularly have had to get used to playing in very library style atmospheres at Players' Championships. But playing at home is a different type of silence. And if there are any distractions in the background, whether it's a dog barking,
83.
the postman ringing the doorbell, anything like that, it will potentially put you off. So you have to have a great level of focus and concentration when playing in this Icons of Darts Live League. Advantage Koltsov in leg 3. Looking for a 140 here.
83.
Almost gets it. Does leave a 2-darter though. How much pressure can Wolfie apply? That's a great dart.
180.
Just as good as the previous one. And the one after it. Tops for Koltsov.
77.
And he was searching for it. Didn't quite have the right body position or the right throw. And Martin has pressurized it to the degree that he now has a shot at double 15 for the leg.
45.
He can't believe he had to go to double 15. He wasn't expecting it. And Boris has to go to 5s.
Game in 3.
And he finds it on the 3rd dart to get the lead at 2-1. And see Martin laughing that one off. Not the first time today. He's laughed off a certain shot.
$100.
Tightly compacted ton to start this 4th.
100.
You do get the feeling that the other players chasing right now, Keane Barry and Jared Cole, would much rather Boris was to win this match.
41.
Because you know how consistent Martin is. And whereas Boris has an
15.
explosive nature about the way he plays the game, he's arguably less consistent and possibly a bit easier to take out.
85.
Keane Barry and Jared Cole both have to play Koltsov,
93.
but only Jared Cole can stop Wolfie after Boris can.
55.
Boris looking for that trusty 57.
99.
Not on this occasion. You could see his logic from 293. So he gets 2 treble 19s and single 19. That would leave 160. And see what he's
40.
trying to do to craft a finish. More players are doing that these days. I remember a 6-dart conversion I had about a month ago where I had 283.
57.
Treble 19, single 19, left 150. Then it was treble 19, double 18. So a lot of the same target.
92.
Boris might start on the treble 19 here again. 18s now. Well, that's scuppered his chances of leaving
48
tops. And Martin now needs double 14 to get back to 2-2.
Game in 2.
Wonderfully done. Been a lot of good 2-dart kills today from Martin. A couple of
61.
really key 80 checkouts on double 10. And that 88 there. If you want to know how to become a better finisher, the range that you need to practice
100.
is 60 to 120, or even 130 if you want to take it one step further.
100.
When I put in the practice sessions, that is what I focus on a lot of the time.
$80.
Whereas you would see some exasperation from certain players when they hit a treble 5 and a 5. You get a simple from Martin, and he moves on and hits a 60 with the next dart. That is experience, knowing that you cannot do anything about the darts that have already gone. You can just focus on the next one and affect where that one goes.
100.
This game is so tight. Nothing between them.
50.
Well, Boris has hit 50 there to leave 3 times that amount.
$100.
If Martin wasn't on a finish, there'd be a portion of Boris's brain saying 3 bulls. But now, it was the 619s for 36, like I mentioned in the previous leg,
42.
that he was going for. But scoring today for Boris has been very, very hard. Can Martin take advantage on another double 14?
93.
He can't. Well, that's a good miss because now he has 54 bull, which he no longer has the luxury of.
40 score.
Just not the same Boris Koltsov today that we've seen in previous days. He's scrapping away, trying to stay with Wolfie,
Game in 2.
but now he is 3-2 behind. And he may have to produce something like we saw on Wednesday, maybe from the same position, because that break of throw means that Wolfie is favourite to go 4-2 up. $100. Well, tomorrow has been labelled Super Saturday in
100.
England, as a lot of public houses and restaurants are reopening with social distancing protocols in place, of course. 60. If you are choosing to frequent another establishment tomorrow, don't forget to take your smartphone so you can keep up with the Icons of Darts live league action, which will commence tomorrow from 10:30 a.m. British time. And Chris Mason will be back to guide you through all that action. 125. If you do go outside, please be safe and don't do anything silly.
59.
Martin in command still after 9 darts in this 6th leg. 100. Going back to what I was just saying, the responsible thing is to just sit in the house and watch the live league tomorrow. Watch the likes of Andy Jenkins and Scott Mitchell and Mark Webster.
100.
Mike Warburton go for the last title of the week. Not forgetting Dave Evans, of course. As Martin looks at tops for that 4-2 advantage. 96. Not quite, but in every likelihood, he will return for 10s. Or will he?
24 left.
123 scored from Boris.
Game in one.
But that 20 from Martin puts him in a very familiar position. One which he was in on Wednesday, but was unable to full stop the match. And is this the beginning of deja vu for Boris? 3 legs in a row needed. Averages nowhere near what they were on Wednesday.
180.
But that 180 from Martin Adams says to Boris, I'm not having that fight back like Wednesday. I want this 5-2. When Martin hit his 9 darter in the Icons of Darts Live League, it was the last leg of the match.
100.
4 perfect darts into this one. May have to look at the bullseye now to leave a finish.
54.
Decided on the 19s, had options, and took that one. Martin did have a match dart against Boris
83.
on Wednesday.
$59.
Boris somehow misses that treble 20 with that guide ushering that dart towards the 60, but it fails to drop. And Martin is looking now to leave double 19.
100.
Does so. Has had a shot at 108 in this match, Boris. Failed on the previous occasion. Now he has to go bull tops. And it's just
50
not
score.
there like it was the other day. And Wolfie is just being too good at the wrong time for his
Game
opponents.
one.
And there you have. He doesn't miss a match start this time. That's 8 points from 8 for Martin Adams, and he's going to take some stopping. Only Jared Cole now can stop him from being perfect today. That's a little bit later. But Keane Barry comes back to the board to play Jose Justicia, who will play his last game of the day coming up. Welcome back to our action in the Icons of Darts Live League. And this will be our last bit of Spanish sizzle for the week with Jose Justicia. And will it be a final hurrah for the Spaniard? Or will Keane Barry dispatch him
55.
into the Mediterranean of defeat? I have to say, the little shade of blue and grey that the bullseye hitting Jose is wearing today is quite fetching.
Bullseye.
Usual colours for Keane. Somewhat carbon fibre look at the front and all very punk rocky in Ireland at the back. If you are a big time dart player these days, you've got to have a dart shirt.
Oh, sorry.
I can exclusively reveal that my new dart shirts are arriving next week.
25.
And I am rather excited about them, I must say. Well, if you're an 18-year-old kid from Ireland playing darts against the likes of
60.
Koltsov, Wolfie Adams, Justicia, and all the other players he's battled in the last week, that would be a dream come true for most 18-year-olds. But then again, Keane Barry's not most 18-year-olds. He is an extraordinary talent.
100.
Interesting to see how Jose approaches this game,
45.
because his final game of the day against Dave Parletti on Wednesday was his best by quite some margin. When that happens, you
100.
tend to think that maybe they're the kind of players that just need a bit more time to get
100.
loosened up or into the scheme of competition.
100.
But we have never accused Keane Barry of taking any time to warm up. He is a natural.
57.
It'll be first blood Jose though.
140.
If Keane misses the 1-2-6 first, I said if,
101.
and it was very, very close to being in. Justicia needs fours
In 2.
and gets fours. He desperately wants to finish the week on a win. If he was able to get the win against Keane, he would then eliminate the young Irishman from winning today's table, because now with Martin Adams on 8 points, that is the best that Keane can do. He now needs Jared Cole to beat Martin Adams and for results to go his way after that.
No.
But for Jose, the only thing on his mind is to get one more victory and have that incremental increase in points throughout the course of the week. Monday was 0, Wednesday was 2, today could be 4.
137.
If you think that doesn't mean anything to the experienced Justicia, then you'd be wrong. Every dart player, no matter where they're standing in today's rankings or their own confidence, they all want to finish on a positive.
42.
84 for Keane, 14 in Bull, but decided to go the 16s route because Jose is on 237.
137.
Now on 100. So Keane, who was 1-0 behind, has double 16 and finds it with the second dart for a 14 dart break of throw. And we are sitting at 1 leg all. Apologies that we have again lost our score graphic. I will do my very best to keep you up to date with what the scores are each leg, and of course with the match.
60.
So it's one leg all, 2 breaks of throw. Keane starting
135.
this leg with 137 and then backing it up with 135 to leave 229. Jose overcorrecting at this point in time because earlier in the day he could not stop hitting the 5. And he's just hit 5 to leave 436.
97.
Good switch from Keane. 97 to leave 132. And
81.
Jose is way behind on 355. So Keane can line up 132 potentially, or he could just take it out.
120.
And I thought for a second they had just snagged the double 6 there for that biggest finish of the day.
21.
21 from Jose to leave 334 is not good enough in this sort of company. 12 for Keane. Double 6.
No score.
3 on the outside. 334 for Jose.
134.
Turns that into 200. Keane gets double 6 at the second time of asking. And is now 2 legs to 1 in front of the Spaniard.
100.
Looking at the league table right now, you would assume
59.
that Martin Adams is probably going to be too strong, but
96.
you look at someone like Jared Cole, who is in the midst of a 2-hour break. He is playing 3 of the final 4 games, and he hasn't been defeated yet. So today is just starting to get interesting.
140.
Justicia leaves 165 with that 140. Keane on 342
100.
hits a ton to leave 242.
85.
85 from Jose to leave 80 when he returns. He'll be looking to level the game at 2-all
94.
with the young Irishman 2-1 ahead right now. Another 20 for tops,
Yeah,
and that's exactly what he gets. We have a 2-all game, and it seems to me like Jose Justicia is starting to speed up a little bit.
60.
I don't know whether that's a good or a bad thing for Keane because he's fast enough already.
60.
I was at Alexandra Palace when Keane Barry was playing against Vincent van der Voort, but I wasn't covering that game
121.
for TalkSport 2. I was doing the game before it and the game after, so I didn't get to see a great deal of it, but it was a very, very fast game, as you can imagine. Keane on 320 here, and something very much less than that now.
21.
A second consecutive 121 from the young Irishman. Leaves him on 199. Jose on 363. So Keane is very comfortable here.
97.
That leaves him 102.
$92.
4 18s from Jose, leave him on 271. Keane just looking to leave tops, which he does with that single 17.
$140.
140 from Jose to leave 131. But Keane on double 10
Game and
and
trick.
finds it with the third dart to get himself back in front at 3-2.
No, 26.
Just spraying those darts a little bit left and right now, Jose. Just being a bit too urgent, I think. He needs to
100.
stay within his own rhythm. He is most definitely speeding up because of being drawn into that game by young Keane. And only 86 points from the first 6 starts for Jose.
140.
And a lot more than that from Keane. He scores ton 140 to leave 261. 57, and then a 57 on the floor, just collided with his own dart.
76.
76 to leave 339 for the Spaniard.
91.
Keane hits 91 on the switch to leave 170.
59.
And from 339, Jose is not scoring enough to trouble Keane, who almost has a shot at the bullseye for the leg, but will return for 65 in a second. It will put him 4-2 ahead.
45.
Only 2-3-5 left for Jose, nowhere near the 65 for Keane. Tops,
Game
finds
3.
it with the third dart and is 4-2 ahead. A big miss on the treble 11 with the first dart, but didn't hesitate to find the next 2 targets. And he is 4-2 in front, throwing for 5-2. That's about as big a deep breath as you will see Keane Barry take. Old head on young shoulders. Whoever has brought this young man up and ushered him through the stages of stardom that he has already negotiated, I tip my hat. At the age of 18, I was only just starting to play against people. At 18, he's playing against some of the best players that's ever lived.
100.
Keane with that 137 leaves 183. Jose has had a scoring nightmare in the last few legs. He's only on 415 after 6. And that wry smile is one of resignation. And it's very likely now, with Keane
99.
leaving 84 after 12, that Jose's week will finish with a defeat. His third consecutive defeat to Keane will be full stopped if this 84 goes.
52.
Just sets it up. A little bit of patience showed there by Keane Barry. Didn't urgently go for the treble, just set it up and banks it for next time. 312 for Jose. 212 now that that ton goes in, but Keane Barry for 32. Good lie. And there you have it. Uses it perfectly for a 5-2 victory. And Keane Barry is not out of today's running yet. He still needs Jared Cole to beat Wolfie, and then everything else is blown wide open. But before that, we have Boris Koltsov coming back to play Dave Parletti in his final game of the day to see if he can get off the mop. Boris Koltsov will now take on Dave Parletti in Dave's final game of the day, his last chance to register points for Friday in order to not be bottom of the table for a first time this week. Dave Parletti must win and win well. Jose Justicia has finished his day on 2 points and a leg difference of -11. It's all gone wrong since that very first game where Jose beat Dave.
180.
But because of that one defeat, Dave Parletti must now win 5 legs to 1 if he is to get off the bottom spot. He started brightly enough with a 180.
41.
57.
It's been a tricky day for Boris. He has picked up 2 points from his first 2 games, a win and a defeat.
100.
But it has not come easy for him today. He's going to have to play his way into form if he's going to have any chance, and if anybody's going to have a chance. Joe, keep calling him Joe Cole. It's a compliment, Jared. Jared Cole is going to have to beat Martin Adams, because if he doesn't, Martin Adams will run away with today's title on 10 points.
99.
A forceful last start from Boris to leave 50.
58.
And Dave may not get a shot at a double even after starting with a 180.
18.
But now he might. 76 remain. Well, he went the right way,
40 left.
gave it every chance. But now Boris gets second crack, and that's when he takes advantage. Boris won their encounter on Monday by 5 legs to 2. But on Wednesday, Parletti was winning games and was in with a shout of the daily title at the point where he beat Boris Koltsov roughly this time of day. And it was that defeat that stopped Boris Koltsov getting to 8 points and potentially having a shout at the daily title. He probably wouldn't have won it anyway, unlike difference with Martin Adams, but it was Parletti that stopped him.
100.
If Boris Koltsov was to win one more leg, that would
60.
firmly put Dave Parletti at the foot of the table for the rest of Friday.
127.
Make no mistake, Boris Koltsov feels no sympathy at all. These guys will be
140.
very civil and friendly away from the oche, but sometimes you have to play your friends. And you have to beat them.
60.
It's part of a dart player's integrity. and a sports person's mindset.
49.
You can hear from the exhalations of Dave that it's been a tough day at the office.
44.
60 coming in. One dart at tops
He's one of those.
is all he needs, and you can see what he feels the problem has been, and it's doubles. And it was earlier on in the day, but since his first couple of matches,
100.
it's the scoring that has started to slip. He has not been getting enough chances.
100.
If you are having this kind of day, which I have had one or two times in the last 3 months,
100.
you think your pain is almost over and you can scratch this day and possibly
40.
move on to the next challenge. But you don't want to do that without one more fight left in you.
58.
This is better from Parletti,
105.
and very sensible as well, because for the last few times I've commentated on him, he has made some mathematical errors.
180.
The 156 now has to go because Boris, with that 180, has flipped the leg on its head. It's a great leg from Parletti to leave himself on double 8 after 12, but he might not get another visit. Double 18.
In 3.
Oh, heartbreaking stuff from the Russian. Just when Dave starts to find something, Boris comes back and has the answer.
99.
Sometimes you miss darts at the ends of legs that neither player has played well. And when you start to find your form,
140.
so does your opponent. It's called the law of something that I can't mention.
100.
And I'm buoyed by the fact that Parletti is starting to find his range on that 60. He's starting to play properly.
40.
Fine Surrey player, of course.
100.
He's very good friends with a friend of mine, Laura Turner, fine female player. And
125.
fine pundit as well. It gives a great insight into the ladies' game. She may have more insight into
100.
the ladies' game than anyone.
$60.
A very tight 60 from Boris. And great perseverance here from Parletti gives him a leg dart to equalise.
Game 3.
That is so much better. More consistent. Less mistakes. And very, very tidy.
100.
If Parletti was to find the victory
60.
here, that would eliminate Boris Koltsov from today's winners race.
60.
It would mean that he could only get 6 points maximum with 2 games remaining. And that right now ain't good enough when Wolfie's sitting on 8 with a game left to play.
$100.
This game has all of a sudden turned very steady. Lots of straight darts from both players.
131.
And more straight action there from Parletti, who again makes the mathematical good choice.
57.
Well, the only thing missing from that 57 call was an ugh at the end. You could hear it in Boris's voice.
83.
But he's not out of this leg at all. If he can pressurize the 87. There's no guarantee that's going to go.
96.
80 somethings both. Bullseye for Pauletti.
31 left.
Now Boris gets a shot at the two little snowmen. Bullseye for him,
In 3.
but he finds it. It's the finishing that has got them separated. And it's the finest of margins. It's nothing at all, really. Two key finishers have kept Koltsov in this game and consequently got him in front.
42.
Has that 88 checkout hurt Pauletti enough to make him ache inside? Because that's the feeling you get when your opponent takes something like that out on you. Especially on the
83.
bullseye. Makes you feel like you've had Hacksaw Jim Duggan's 2x4 in the gish.
55.
That's a reference that Dave Pauletti knows everything about because he is a wrestling fan.
One, 3, 6.
Tremendous leave from the Russian. Well, if Dave Pauletti is
95.
the British Bulldog in wrestling terms, then surely Boris is Nikolai Volkov.
105.
Great setup for the 170 and a decent effort to leave the two darter, which he will now get a shot at to lead 4 legs to 2. Dave Pauletti cannot take himself off the bottom of the table no matter what happens from here. But he still craves the victory, and if he wants that, he's going to have to win 3 legs in a row. The finishing in this game from Boris has been much improved.
140.
It's the kind of finishing he was showing at the back end of his game with Adams on Wednesday, which was perfect.
96.
Even if Pauletti doesn't win this match, he has shown a lot of fight and grit in this one.
140.
There's been some great players who have been rooted to a bottom of the table with no points in the last 3 months. He won't be the only one, and he'll definitely not be the last one.
100.
Boris making it look very easy all of a sudden. Average is very similar, around the 92 to 93 mark.
$57.
And the 1-2-1 with 6 darts is to finish this one off.
97.
Well, he's going to come back for double 12. A degree of possible inevitability about this one, which is anything but what we have for the next match. Whatever you do, do not miss it.
26.
Dave has missed his target, but Boris
He won.
does not. His finishing was absolutely deadly in that one. Boris is still in it, but only if Jared Cole wins the next match against Wolfie. Wolfie wins, he wins the day. Jared wins, we continue to look for a winner. Don't go anywhere. Let's get into it then. This is pretty much the shootout game of the day so far. Martin Adams wins this game. He wins the day. Jared Cole trying to stay undefeated. 2 for 2 and has had about 2 hours off since his last win.
Outside.
Not the first bullseye that Jared Cole has hit today, and it won't be the last. Maybe, just maybe, that the temperature dropping and consequently the temperature inside the conservatory in Hertfordshire, where Jared is, has resulted in him playing
55.
much more consistent stuff. 2 very impressive wins, 5-0 against Dave Parletti.
80.
And then a 5-2 against Jose Justicia. So he's defeated the 2 players at the bottom of the table. He now has to turn his attention the other way to try and top out the
100.
guys at the top.
$59.
Bit of a sluggish start, but you can understand with the importance of this game that maybe they will take their time to just find their feet.
100.
$58.
Now, Jared cannot afford to get frustrated mentally early. He's got to be dogged here. He's got to be almost bulletproof in the first couple of legs, no matter what happens.
180.
He's got to think that maybe the leg is going to go the way of Martin Adams, unless he gets something similar.
98.
Not the end of the world yet. But Adams has this uncanny knack of finding his best game at the very end of a session. 1 shot at tops for a 15 darter.
Game in 3.
And what did I say about him peaking at the right time? He pounces on the slow start of Jared. And if Adams does win this game, the rest of the day is about who gets second spot.
100.
Wouldn't be the first time that Martin goes perfect on a Friday and denies us of the drama to the line action.
100.
We have to commend how many times he has put in these kinds of performances. One of our backstage crew, Phil Bars, has likened him to a Rolls Royce.
85.
I think that's pretty accurate. Because let's face it, if you want a Rolls Royce,
96.
it doesn't really age. It just gets better. The bottom 2 have been solidified.
100.
The bottom of the table today will be Dave Parletti on no points and -17. So not the best day for Dave.
95.
Justicia, for the first time this week, will not be bottom, and he will position in 5th, you would think.
100.
Just looking at the amount of games that Boris Koltsov has remaining, it's statistically impossible that Justicia can be lifted
Jared, right. 60.
to another spot, so he will finish 5th. Martin looking to get his lead doubled on tops.
Game in 3.
Oh, it's wonderful. And I hasten to say this as he gets this 2-0 lead. But if Martin Adams was to win this 5-0,
58.
he would equalise his own 5-game record of +17 in leg difference and 10 points. And he looks in that kind of mood.
140.
Scoring has been the difference here. Jared has not found it, whereas Martin has.
Can't actually.
And the
60.
difference in the averages tells the story. A difference of almost 30. Martin will be completely oblivious
60.
to what his average is, and of course Jared's, just playing darts,
99.
visit by visit. And not missing that 20 segment very much at all.
100.
Whereas other players would search for scores around the board, looking at the 17s, the 25 and bull. Martin's not like that. He's old school. He stays on that 60 as much as he possibly can.
$32.
Well, is that an invitation for Jared to get back into the match? Because now he has 6 darts from this 1-4-4 shot.
58.
But that is quite a fortunate 19 on the end there. That might come in handy. Because if he got the 3,
137.
he would have been on 102. 2 darts at the double, and that single 19 that he jagged on the 25 effort really did come in handy in the end. Who says you don't get a little bit of luck in darts? It might be 0.5%, 1%, however you want to
95.
quantify it. It's not very much, but it does exist.
60.
Whether you want to call it luck or good fortune, be my guest. Martin just taking his time. He has had some foot issues, which he tells us he got from gardening.
60.
Foot issues are a lot worse when it is your lead foot.
100.
And I think it may be his lead foot. Some injuries are so innocuous that they feel a lot worse when you're not throwing as opposed to when you are throwing.
100.
That was the thing with my neck injury at the back end of last week. It was causing me incredible pain.
60.
But in a dart stance position, it wasn't hurting. It was when I was out of position when it was hurting. Someone like Steve West, for instance,
140.
has come out and said that he's played most of his career in pain.
140.
Steve, a very good friend of Jared Cole's, of course, from the same area of England. But Jared desperately wants Martin to miss this 106. He might not.
Game in 3.
And hasn't. That was just wonderfully done. And the rhythm was so good from Martin there. It just felt like it was going to go.
60.
You can tell that there's not a great deal of an aggressive nature behind Jared Cole. If he does get frustrated,
140.
he tends to get a bit timid. He's not like Aaron Monk.
96.
Even at this early stage of leg number 5, Martin has the darts. Maintaining that
100.
average of around 100, which has been there from pretty much the off.
Jerry, do it every single throw. 60.
Getting frustrated with no 60s, constantly scoring 60 or 58. Just not getting enough of the inner ring. And Martin is having him for breakfast.
100.
Just constantly plugging away, getting that one or possibly two treble visit.
100.
And this is the learning curve for young players. When it's not going your way, it's about how you react to this situation that defines you.
60.
Perfect example of Martin's tactics. He doesn't look at the bull in 25 like most other players would.
Don't know what we're doing. 39.
$101 away. Now only 32 away.
69.
Wasn't far away from getting that shot. Can Jared find a little piece of magic? Just shy of that second 57 he needed for 32. It's a great try.
Game in 1.
But Martin is in a ruthless mood, strolling towards yet another daily win. And he can't equalise his record of plus 17 in the leg difference. But by winning this leg, he would get
60.
to plus 16, which is some effort. However, you can never write off the possibility of Jared Cole winning from 4-1 down. Arguably against the toughest opponent. But Boris Koltsov won from 4-2 down when Martin was playing 105 average stuff on Wednesday. So never say never.
140.
Better stuff from Jared. Ton 40 and is starting to find the finishes. Sorry, the scores.
$180.
Then comes Martin with another maximum. There are days when your
100.
opponent is just too good and too well timed. That 180 sets up a 161 for the match. And it is to finish the day 341 and 6.
136.
That would have been rather special. Can Jared get the 161? Oh, he's got it! Oh, respect for Martin. I said earlier that his bull finish was going to come in a big finish later in the day, and I thought that was toast. But Jared Cole, what spirit to keep this thing alive.
$70.
That doesn't make your chest puff out and your shoulders go broad. I don't know what will. When your opponent has missed a match start and you take out a 161, which he has just missed. Fair play, Jared.
60.
That was tremendous.
$100.
All you have to do is win 3 more legs, Jared. And then all of a sudden you bring back in the other guys, including yourself.
$140.
30 behind, but with the darts. Has got to keep scoring well.
100.
I've always said that the way to beat great players is to deny them a match shot. He has been afforded the luxury of giving Wolfie a shot. But now he has to stop him getting any more chances.
140.
Jared has to hold twice and break once in the 3 legs left.
81.
But Martin is on 161 after 9 for the 2nd leg in a row. And Jared might have to hit the 150.
99.
He might have to go full on Bob Anderson in the finishing stakes to try and keep this one going. Another. For double 18. This time he pauses.
In 3.
Oh, Jared, what you doing? Well, whatever happens, this is a spell of finishing that we're going to talk about for weeks. He's got one of the holds. He requires one more and to break the throw against a Wolfie who was maxing possibly, and he does.
180.
What a game.
60.
That 89.94 average from Jared is one of the best 89 averages I've seen. Martin, look at the focus, even with the last two finishes from the young Hertfordshire boy.
60.
Still focused on the job at hand.
Jared, you got to keep it straight. 80.
100 behind and against the throw is a very bad position to be in if you're Jared Cole. Desperately seeking misses
100.
from the captain that aren't coming.
$55.
A remarkable piece of resistance from Jared, but has he puffed himself out? Can we see another gargantuan finish to end the day?
136.
And a second shot at 161 in 3 legs is hit exactly the same way as the last time. And Jared cannot leave a finish this time.
59.
And for the first occasion in the match, Martin gets 2 bites at the cherry. This one is for the 10-point day and for a bolstered leg difference and the win.
9.
Misses. So Jared has to know that the opportunity was there to steal this leg had he got it in 15 darts.
140.
He must think that Martin's not going to miss again. But this is not easy.
8.
He has missed again. Can Jared get a 3rd consecutive ton plus finish to take this to the 9th? $88 left.
51.
Misses the 48 for tops. He can't say that he wasn't gifted a chance.
Game in 1.
And that was the last chance he got. He put up a tremendous fight, but Martin Adams ultimately gets the 10 points, is undefeated, and finishes Fabulous Friday as your champion. Jared Cole can continue to go for second, but that's all he can do. Stay with us for more as Keane Barry returns to play Boris Koltsov next after that one, which was quite sensational. Welcome back to the Icons of Darts Live League. And now that we know that Martin Adams has won today's league on a perfect 10 points, we now turn our attention to the battle
25.
for second.
Bullseye. All the best, Boris.
We're just checking our scoring graphic, which has had a couple of gremlins in it today. Seems to be all right.
140.
So let's press on. Of course, Boris and Keenberry can both still finish second. Both of these players have
96.
2 matches left. Keane will finish the day against Jared Cole in the last match, match 15. Koltsov will play this match and the next and take on both of the youngsters. But as it stands,
95.
after 3 matches, Keenberry and Jared Cole are level on 4 points and +6. So they're
98.
dead level. Boris Koltsov is only on 2 points and will have to win both of his remaining games
96.
with an inferior points tally and leg difference, which is only +2.
81.
Game in 3.
Well done to Keenberry for getting that 74 in 3 for the 15 darter. I was just double checking my tallies.
40.
Koltsov beat Justicia earlier for his first 2 points. And of course beat Parletti. I forgot to update the score to 4. So as it stands,
40.
all 3 players are on 4 points that remain in this competition. So I apologise for that little error. I'm a little bit old-fashioned doing everything with a ballpoint pen and a piece of paper.
60.
Who is going to take the lead in that race after this match?
58.
Get to 8 points and you will get second spot. Simple as that. Keenberry looks in a pretty mean mood after taking that first leg.
133.
He has 161, which is the highest finish of the day.
43.
Just comes up short on that third dart and offers Boris the chance to max out on this finish.
134.
Somewhat unfortunate not to get a shot at the bull. Just glanced that first guide dart. Keane going 48 bull here.
61.
Absolutely the right call. When he couldn't see that 60 because of the blocker.
In 2.
And there you have Boris Koltsov equalising at 1 leg all. It's been a funny all day with Wolfie being perfect and Dave Parletti not getting any points. You just never know what's going to happen. A staggering 31 leg difference between the two of them, top to
93.
bottom. Boris has been struggling on that treble 20 all day long. He's had
140.
tiny periods of good shooting on the treble 20, but predominantly it has not been consistent. But in this match,
98.
he seems to have found it a little bit more. That's a worry for Keenberry.
134.
who is responding with some very, very tidy shooting on the cover. 66 remain. He's missed the single.
83.
The cardinal sin, and will he be punished? On double 16. Oh, he's been punished, all right. I don't mean to quote Rod Harrington very often, but you cannot afford to miss that single 16.
140.
By missing that big 16, he has cost himself a shot for the leg, and Keane Barry has smelt blood. 2-1 to Ireland in this one. In the race for second spot.
85.
And if you think that doesn't mean anything, get your ears around this one.
140.
Keane Barry will have played 30 matches, 3-0, in the last 9 days.
100.
At no point in those 9 days has he failed to get
92.
3 legs in a match against all of this differing competition. He has had 3 first place finishes and 2 second place finishes. So if you think second place doesn't mean anything to this young man, you're wrong.
123.
He wants to keep that streak going of not finishing outside the top 2.
56.
Surprised that Boris didn't go for a double-double option there. This is a great chance for Keane to go 3-1 ahead. Double 5.
77.
Just a bit too much emphasis on that shot. And it found its way north of that double 5.
No score.
Boris, for the first time today, has 3 clean darts and misses all 3 north. Oh, Keane was
No score.
very much snookered by that first dart. It was covering most of the bed.
In 2.
And on the 5th time of asking, Boris gets tops to equalise at 2 legs all. Golden chance missed.
100.
When you've got something like 87 and you get the single 17 and you have 70 left, it is very fashionable to go for that
83.
treble 20 and double 5. And if you hit it, you look like a genius. But ultimately, if you get the treble, you are shrinking the amount of chances if you miss the double that you leave. If you leave the bull and you hit the 25, you've got options like double 4, double 8, even double 12, double 6. But if you go into places like double 5, hitting the 60, you're limiting the amount of targets that you can have, especially when you go inside. This is why I prefer to go big single for bull.
59.
If you ever see me play darts and I hit a treble to leave another double instead of the single for bull, it's likely that I have hit the treble by accident. Boris correctly going 19s first on 299. Doesn't get to a finish.
65.
Keane does leave one. But Boris is not out of this yet.
100.
How's the score? Tops for Keane, or is it double 4?
68.
Just outside. And this would be a steal for Boris, just creeping up on Keane. Might stay on the 60. Yeah, for 10s.
80 score.
Boris looking a little languid and a little bit tired. Now, how does Keane say that? Because his dart is really flat. That camera angle doesn't do it justice. He's thrown that one from outside the curtains. Who needs Siegfried and Roy when you've got Keane Barry?
95.
What a shot that was. That needed a great, accurate dart. It needed body control.
140.
A bit like hitting a volley at the net at Wimbledon and not having to hit the net on the follow-through. Quite an astonishing shot.
55.
And he still hasn't played in a match where he hasn't won 3 legs.
43.
Now he wants to get the 2 points.
$93.
Getting away with it somewhat here, Keane. He needs to put in a kick like that. Gets himself a little cushion of 120. And Boris has to respond in the same sort of way.
140.
Aggressive 140. A lot of players would have stepped back after hitting that 76 with 2 to figure out what they had left, but not the whippersnapper Keane Barry, who is an incredible calculator. Bullseye for the 118.
25 left.
Still baffles me why people go 18s first on 118.
Game.
And Keane Barry is 1 leg away from getting himself to 6 points, to be only the second player to have done so today.
180.
Another 180 from Keane. And he's starting to find his stride. I mentioned at the start of the match that he was on the same points and the same leg difference as Jared Cole.
40.
That makes the next match for Jared massively important.
80.
Because if Keane can win this 5-2, there is pressure on Cole to win big.
180.
To try and stay in touch, but Boris is doing a great job of staying in touch with Keane here. 5 treble 20s out of 6.
91.
82.
I get the feeling that Keane might have knocked the stuffing out of Boris here a little bit. And the 150 is possible.
110.
Well, he's left tops. Went for bull tops with 90 left. And Boris needs the ice cream shot. Can he put a flake in it on double 18?
3.
Great shot. Extra cherry sauce as well. With that red 36 on the end. And he is still kicking. This game could easily go to a 9th leg now.
115.
Is Boris playing on vapor? Is there much left in the tank? You would hope there's some left because he is playing the next game as well against Jared Cole. All of a sudden, his proximity to that 60 is better than it has been all day. But then again, so is Keane's.
57.
Keane might have been bossing the last leg.
100.
But Boris has not afforded him a match shot yet. Well, there was a shot, but no match dart.
99.
Will Boris afford Keane a match dart in this one? Looking very unlikely now.
140.
As he continues a very good trend in this leg of ton plus scores only.
95.
46 then, to take us to the 9th. Double 18 again.
And 2.
He knows where that is when he's in this sort of form. What a tremendous game this has been. Keane was 4-2 up. And now has to serve it out in the 9th to get the 2 points.
46.
Somewhat stuttering start to this final leg from both players.
59.
All of a sudden, trebles are hard to come by.
81.
In the grand scheme of things, 81 is a good score right now.
100.
And that is a little bit better. I mentioned that Keane is a great thinker on the dartboard. Earlier in the match, Boris had 299 and went 19s first. Keane does the same.
77.
But has to rescue the score. That third dart, 57. This is getting very, very nervy.
140.
Oh, it's a great 140. How he found the bottom left portion of that bed, I don't know.
140.
Keane gets a 140 in response and has to wait for the call. Well, that must have slipped out of Boris's hand. The bad news for Keane is that 36 has been left. The good news is that he should get a shot at tops and one match start only.
62.
I'm not sure it came out right. He has been given a match dart, but Boris has fought with the spirit and nature, constantly left 36, and it has been his saviour to get himself the 5-4 victory. Well, if Keane wants to get second spot, he needs to wait for things to go his way as Koltsov stays on the board to play Jared Cole as the fight for second place continues in a moment. Welcome back to the Icons of Darts Live League, and the race for second spot is culminating. It could be sewn up in this game if Boris Koltsov wins it.
What about me?
He wins this game and he gets to 8 points, and he cannot be caught by either Keane Barry or by Jared Cole, who will play the next two games.
25.
Keane Barry has a little bit of time to
25.
gather himself and reflect on a narrow 5-4 loss to Boris Koltsov,
Might have a good game.
which has now made things very tricky for his chances to keep his streak going of never being outside the top two.
100.
The result that Keane Barry wants is a very tight victory
180.
for Jared Cole, starting in the correct manner with a maximum.
140.
For example, if Jared Cole was to win 5 legs to 4,
140.
that would put him on 6 points, the same as Boris Koltsov. And it would put his leg difference on +7. It would reduce Boris's leg difference to -2. And as a result, that loss
100.
would eliminate Boris Koltsov from the second place race, because either Keane Barry or Jared Cole would have to win the next game, and they would steal it away from him on leg difference.
97.
So this is a must-win game for Boris if he wants second spot.
68.
Splits the 13s, Jared, for the 12 darter, and Boris needs 6s, which he gets, and he's been in ruthless mood on doubles in the last game and a bit. In particular, his
85.
look at double 18 in the last match from 4-2 down was quite astonishing.
100.
Doesn't look like the kind of player who was in the mood to relinquish that second spot. He's worked very, very hard today, has the Russian.
Jared. 60.
95.
Three of the positions in today's league have been solidified.
60.
First for Wolfie, 5th for Justicia, and 6th for Pauletti.
57.
As for 2nd, 3rd and 4th, they are yet to be rubber stamped.
95.
The scoring from a little bit earlier in the first leg has wilted somewhat from Jared, and
140.
is hoping for mistakes from Boris that aren't coming.
139.
Great darts from Jared to leave 62. He'll be hoping he gets another visit, which he might not.
77.
Just came out a little late, that one. In a flash, it's double 16 for Jared.
54.
Just on the inside of both doubles.
Into.
Boris gets himself 2-0 up. And it's now up to Jared to respond. He's got to do it fast. Boris is the kind of player that can blitz you really quickly. Actually, all 3 players left are
100.
fast, furious, and can beat you very, very quickly.
140.
140.
They're going toe-to-toe right now.
100.
Very little between them. Nothing, in fact, in this leg.
140.
You can see what Boris is getting from his action right now. Starting to play well, and he's disappointed with that 140.
45.
How many times can you honestly say that to yourself? Not many. Bullseye if he wants it, but he
32
decides
left.
against it very, very wisely. And Jared is getting into the position where things are very sticky indeed.
140.
This is not a good result for Jared or for Keen Barry.
In 3.
Double 9 after hitting the double 7 invertedly. Well, it still made 32 points, and it still makes 3-0 up.
59.
Best possible
100.
result for Boris Koltsov, of course, is 5-0, which would be a real turn up for the books.
140.
And that would get him to 8 points and plus 8.
$60.
You can never write off Jared Calder. You don't have to go back too far to see what he did against Martin Adams when he was up against the wall. He came out with a 161 finish, followed by a 150 finish, when Martin had already missed one dart at 161 for the match.
180.
Jared's
138.
getting no breathing space here at all. Boris is hitting 180s at the right time. Shrugs off that effort at the 57.
98.
But now Jared has the same sort of opportunity like the 62 earlier. This has got to go out.
Jared.
There the misses. 2 at 32 earlier. 2 at 8 this time. And Boris can get double 6 for 4-0.
57.
Misses it. Jared's got to be careful here. Can't do what Keen Barry did earlier with splitting double 5 on the second dart. And it slips right into the single.
No score.
Well, Boris really struggles with double 3 when the first one goes a little bit low. Getting closer. Are those darts going in too flat for him to see that double 1? Just didn't seem confident over that one. Decides 2 double 2 this time.
4 score.
And they're both on double 1.
In 1.
There you have it. Double 1. Gets him off the mark. Saves the bagel. Whatever you want to call it. But now he has something to build on. And with Boris still having the frustration in his mind of not getting to 4-0, maybe this is something that Jared can take advantage of.
45.
$140.
I would not want to be that dartboard in Russia right now, because I think Boris is quite upset that he is not 4 legs in front.
99.
Okay, what's that we did? 45.
Obviously a little bit confused as to where his form has gone to, young Jared.
128.
And he is being punished big style.
60.
Treble 14 coming in. One dart at tops for 4-1.
54.
And Jared is not close to challenging Boris's score of 20.
60.
Not badly thrown darts, just lost the range on the 60. 2 5s.
No score.
He'll bust the score there. That's the right thing to do. It was almost a half-hearted attempt at double 5, hoping that it would just drop in. And if it didn't, he would bust the score anyway.
140.
Can't afford to do that again, though. A bit more urgent this time. He's done exactly
No
the
score.
same. He's hit exactly the same single to bust the shot. Almost like deja vu. 16 for Bull. This is to remain in the game.
48.
Good try, but hits the first flight and deflects away from the bullseye. This time he goes outside 10s
Game 3.
and gets it. Well, so much easier to hit when you've got a big gate to collide off. And that's exactly what he planted just outside that 4 o'clock position before that leg winning shot.
83.
1 leg away from second spot for the day.
139.
Martin Adams, the only person the entire week in the Icons of Darts Live League
60.
that has won two leagues in a row when they've played. Tomorrow,
58.
Andy Jenkins will try that after his win yesterday, and Dave Evans will try to get a second of the week after he won on Tuesday.
100.
Plenty of other talent for you to feast your eyes on. Richie Edhouse, of course, Mark Webster, Mike Warburton, and Scott Mitchell, who is
93.
Summer Series bound next week on the Pro Tour. So he'll be looking to get some valuable confidence going into that for next Wednesday.
55.
Jared's challenge for second spot looks like it's coming to an end.
37.
And in turn, that will end the challenge of Keane Barry as well, making the final game of the day a dead rubber.
57.
No less entertaining, though, those two very fast players, but it's up to Boris Koltsov to rubber stamp it,
Game 3.
which he does. The 2 spot goes to Boris Koltsov, and the last game of the day will be, well, it'll be for pride, and I'm sure Jared Cole has a score to settle with Keane Barry after being defeated by him twice. That one's coming up. Don't go away as we have our 15th match of the day, and it will be the final one. We'll be right back. final game of Friday, and all of the league placings, aside from third and fourth, are solidified. Martin Adams has won today's league. Boris Koltsov has just wrapped up second spot, which means that neither Keane Barry or Jared Cole can steal that in the last game of the day. This is a shootout for third spot.
Outside.
Outside.
It's going to be fast. It could be swift. It could be any sort of thing you like. But what it won't be
25.
is slow.
Outside.
Keane is going to start in this one. And this will be the first day that Keane has taken part in a live league where he has not finished in the top two. But there is another streak that I am keen to keep an eye on. There is not one game where he has participated in the live league where he's not got 3 legs. And this is his 30th game.
140.
These two have had a couple of brilliant matches this week. On
97.
Monday, it was a very different scenario. It was Keane versus Jared, and the winner won the league. And it was Keane by 5 legs to 4. Don't get much more tense than that. And then they played each other
100.
first game of Wednesday, where Keane got the win 5 legs to 3 with 104 average. And he has got the lead here 1 leg to 0 with a 14 darter. Jared desperately wants to finish today on a high, but he desperately wants
58.
to beat Keane Barry. With the PDC Summer Series next week, we do have some action for you. And that is on Monday and Tuesday, but then we will break for the rest of the week. That'll be the first time we've had
180.
a short amount of action in the week since lockdown began. But the Summer Series will take place from
59.
Wednesday to Sunday next week, and then we will return when the Summer Series is over for 4 days of action the following week.
99.
As to who will be playing on Monday and Tuesday,
100.
I'm going to leave that up to you because you will have to find out via the MODUS DARTS 180 Twitter page. And that will be released on Sunday evening.
30.
Jared requires the snooker shot. There's one.
That's it.
I can't believe he was going for the bull and tops.
115.
.32 left for Keane.
20.
He was getting closer. But Jared can equalise with that same double.
Into.
Gets there. It's amazing what a camera angle can do, because if you look at where Keane's camera is, it's pointing up towards the board. It actually makes some of the doubles look a little bit bigger. I can assure you they aren't. It's the
97.
benefit of the lights and the angle just making it look a bit bigger. Jared's camera is pretty much at bullseye level.
121.
Both sponsored by the same manufacturer. both using the same dartboard.
137.
And Keane is blitzing the scoring phase of these games.
Jared, 85.
But a 156 leave, he sensed might not be good enough,
Game
and isn't, as Keane retakes the lead at 2-1. And both winning legs have been in 14 darts.
60.
When he's playing well, Keane Barry is as good on his own throw as I've
180.
seen in quite some time. And is this the moment where he makes an assault on someone else's throw?
100.
If anything, he's playing faster now than he has all day. I just get the feeling that Keane is very comfortable playing against Jared Cole. His pace seems to suit the rhythm of the Irishman.
96.
$130.
Great approach, but that's exactly where Keane's looking right now, at that bullseye. And again, he's disappointed with that one because the lie was in the bottom of the bull and it was gagging to be hit. 18 leaves 53. Double 18.
35.
And Jared does not get there for 2-2. Keane needs tops
18.
and does not find it. And Jared gets a second crack. Echoes of leg 2,
In 2.
where he finds a really crisp, clean, concise double 9 to equal the score at 2 legs all after 4.
140.
Really hard to pick a game of the day. We have had some really good ones.
96.
Hasn't been much in the way of 5-4s. There's only been 2 of them. Koltsov against Keane Barry was pretty tense because that set us up for Boris Koltsov possibly getting second spot, which he solidified against Jared Cole last time out. I think it's fair to say that the statistical standard has not been at the same level as Wednesday, but Keane is raising that bar in this game.
129.
Great thinking from Jared Cole there. Keane for tops
Game in 3.
and finds a 12 on his throw this time. So on his throw, he's thrown 40 darts.
97.
Actually, that is right. 40 darts. 14, 14, and 12.
140.
Almost impossible to break.
$140.
The highlight of today, aside from the fact that Martin Adams has got 10 points, has to be those 2 finishes from Jared Cole at the back end of his game with Wolfie. The 161 and the 150 back to back.
100.
If he doesn't come out with third spot, he has to cling on to those moments and think he's still playing well, which he is. He's not out of this match yet. Another one for Bull to add to the collection, Jared. You know the drill.
Wow. 83.
Just stuttered on dart 2 and questioned whether he should have gone for it. 77 leaves 181. That's why he went to the 17s, because the single leaves a finish, the treble leaves a finish, but certain other big numbers would not have. Double 6.
In 3.
And it is 3-3 in 3. Good averages here. Mid-90s for Jared and 101 for Keane, who was playing his best game of the day right here.
140.
Jared will wonder why Keane always plays his best against him.
99.
Can Keane keep the streak going of playing his best stuff on his throw in this match? Jared's making a move. Keane cannot afford any mistakes, and they're not coming. An intriguing leg.
100.
134 for a 12.
98.
Almost inevitably leaves the double after 12.
97.
Does not get a shot at the bullseye, leaves 24, but he is waiting for Keane to miss. And he doesn't. Another dynamite, and no pun intended because his nickname is Dynamite. Absolutely gargantuan hold of throw.
100.
Covering the spread. 12, 13, 14, 14.
40.
You wonder why we rave about some of these young stars. It's like watching darts in fast forward.
45.
Jared did nothing wrong, leaving double 12 after 12. It's a great leg of darts.
1, 2, 3.
But Keane has forced Jared to break him in 9.
Wow. Okay, fair enough. 60.
Slack visit there from Keane. Started with 140, 1, 2, 3. The 45 allows Jared to get back inside of his score, which he has done with that 140 of his own.
65.
Just like Monday, are we going to the 9th?
60.
We won't if Keane takes the 128. Another one of those. Just misses it.
88.
Jared now is forced to take the 96 out. Positively easy compared to the stuff he's hit earlier in the day. But 2 doubles he wants back. And now Keane to finish the day on 10s.
90.
He has missed it. Jared has 9s. He's already hit this in the match.
In 2.
Got it. 4 all.
All that.
One leg shootout to see who finishes third. The problem
240.
is that Keane is throwing first, and the worst leg he's had on throw in this match has been 14 darts.
100.
These are the games that really test your character and your ability under pressure, because Jared has held 4 times himself, but not to the same level that Keane has. And he's doing it again. I'm going to call him Keane Unbreakable Barry
58.
if he takes care of this 81 right here. Double 12, which is now double 6.
69.
It could have been an 11. He could have had an 11, a 12, a 13, and 2 14s in 5 holes of throw.
100.
But he will take another 13,
Yeah,
which is exactly what he gets. A holding masterclass is how you finish today. Absolutely wonderful from both players. What a match to finish off right here. Thank you, everybody, for joining us. It's been a fantastic week for me. I'm going to make way for Chris Mason for tomorrow, where you'll get the likes of Warby and Mitchell and Jenkins and Evans. All those guys will return from 10:30 in the morning. Thanks again for joining us on the dartshop.tv website, the YouTube page.